Well, hello, anyhow. Yes, I see I got some people in the chat room, even though my number says zero. So, yep, I have zero watching, but three comments from people that ain't watching, I suppose, right? Anyhow, yeah, liberty versus tyranny. Yeah, because what we're witnessing going on right now is tyranny, and liberty is what some people are just willing to hand over on a silver platter for security. Security equals prison, equals the opposite of keeping your liberty. If you plan on keeping your liberty, you can never trade liberty for security. It's as simple as that. Once you start trading liberty for security, you become enslaved real quick. That's how that works. And I don't think most people pay attention to that. They don't understand that the tyranny is just what's going on right now. Is social distancing, which is social engineering by fear. And the fear comes from your inability to educate yourself and understand what's gone on for hundreds of years and how history's replayed itself over and over. And to understand when you turn your back to what's really going on when it comes to the political end, and then you just go along with what they tell you, you lose your rights, you lose your freedom, you lose everything. Now, they've spent a whole bunch of years socially engineering us to get us into the behavior that you're in now so that they could bring forth their agenda. This is how that really works. And for those who deny it and think, I don't want to talk about it because it scares me, I'm going to turn my head and look the other way because it scares me, and on and on and on with all your reasons and rhymes and whatever you want to pull up, it doesn't much matter to me because it doesn't change the truth and it doesn't change the facts. The only thing it does is be complicit with your own enslavement and then think everybody else should be complicit with their own enslavement as well. I see Warburg is here. Well, he has Zoom. If he wants in, all he's got to do is PM me and I'll bring him in. Okay? So in reality, what we're witnessing going on, the protest in Michigan, protest in Ohio, protest in Germany, there's protests going on all around the world right now. Okay, and that is the reality. And I'm with the protesters on the fact, just in my state alone, we have 15, that's right, we have 15 restaurants that have closed their doors forever. As of right now. Yep, 15 restaurants. And this ain't even over. That have closed their doors to the public. Not a good thing. It really isn't. It isn't a good thing at all. And so I'm just sort of like this. We ourselves have to really pay attention to what's going on. And you cannot just be going along with this without being an idiot. And I hate to say that to you, but the reality is the reality. And I do believe Warburg is in here with me.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are you doing, guy?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, Bill?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I've just been watching what's going on and doing a bunch more looking. And I realize how sad it is that we've become to the state that we're mind that people are in. Okay. and all for greed and all for selfishness and all to keep the very corrupt system. Okay, that's really what it comes down to. A bunch of pawns and a bunch of pawns in a game, because the end game is they will get their wants, and the people who think it's a good thing that went along with them, the majority of them that are in positions of employment through the establishment that helped them bring it in, will find themselves on the chopping block, because this is the way it always goes. Did we not go after the people responsible in Nazi Germany that they put in your face? The people who went along, and we hit others. I mean, history is only replaying itself, really, if you want to look around you. History is replaying itself, and yes, they're bringing in Agenda 21. Just like Agenda 2030 is as real as Agenda 21 is. And just they will get by with bringing them in and moving the NWO into complete place and take away people's freedoms and rights and enslave you all and kill a whole bunch through lots of means to get their population down to the number they're looking for. So I don't know how aware Warburg is of this, but
We're talking about like how basically all the parameters that are going along with this whole COVID-19 issue coming about.
yes, that's exactly it. It is what's going along with that, because in reality, that's exactly what's going on. Okay? And there's nothing I can do about it because I didn't start it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but the situation is simple. I didn't create the problem. I mean, we got millions of people to blame for allowing the problem to get where it's at today. This could have been prevented a long time ago. But nobody does nothing about nothing. Everybody wants to call people nuts that brings it up. Okay? But yet nobody paid attention to what their leaders have told them for the last 50 years. Your very own leaders have told you it hundreds of times. People in positions have been telling you it for years. But people turn their head and look the other way.
People don't listen.
You know, COVID 19 was wrote in a book in 1981. It was wrote in another book in 1994 by Sylvia Brown. Okay? It was put in an thingy they did in an arena, and they used the exact picture they're showing you of the coronavirus in it. And they had an arena filled full of beds, and they had children in all the beds in the distance of 6 foot apart in 2012. Then they wrote this rapper, Dr. Death, wrote a song on a pandemic, and it was released in 2013. Okay, singing about a pandemic, and twice in that video, they said COVID-19 2020. Then Dr. Fauci climbs up here in 2017, week or two before Trump came into office, and told you that there was going to be a surprise outbreak in Trump's administration 3 years before it took place. Now you got all of this evidence right in your face, and people are still turning their backs.
This is insane.
It is. How you
It's
keep
people.
turning their
It's like
backs.
what you said before. Like the truth only hurts the liars.
Yes.
Or or it's like almost people just want to be deceived because it's more comfortable for them to not be in the real world.
Yes.
Be fake.
Now there was a FEMA document released that is real, that says it canceled this military exercise drill that was supposed to take place this year. Matter of fact, next month, May, when it was supposed to kick off, and it was a 2-year program, a 2-year military exercise. Okay? They claim they canceled it, but when you really looked into what was said, it looks like there's a good chance they didn't cancel it. I hope they actually did cancel it personally, because if this military exercise drill is to take place, this country's going to be in deep shit. And I mean serious trouble. And you're
Like
going
martial
to,
law and everything.
oh, well, let's put it this way. This military exercise drill was supposed to be about Russia attacking the United States' power grid. Remember, it's an exercise, so it's not really happening, right? But we know how they take exercises live. And if you don't believe me that they don't take exercises live, there's no help for you. I can lead you to the information, but I can't make you acknowledge it. Okay? I can only tell you this. I can name off quite a few events that were exercise drills that's gone live. And if you want to know what going live is, it's happening right now in your face. Because Cobra 19 was an exercise drill that started in January of 2019 and ended in August of 2019 and then started again as it went live in January of 2020. Now, they got an exercise drill that says a war games. It's a war games exercise drill of Russia attacking the United States' power grid. Of course, the forecast of this exercise says that before it's said and done, the entire electric grid of the entire country will be gone. There will be no communication because cell phone towers are down and your cell phones are dead. You can't charge them up. There'll be no internet. There'll be no nothing. Food supplies will be gone. Manufacturers can't run without electricity. Okay? They have to get manual pumps to pump gas from the ground. The trucking industry will be down. Food will run out. And that's not even the heck of it. Not only counting all the mayhem and rioting that would happen in a situation like that. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but in a situation like that, you would have people killing people for their food. Then let's
Yep.
top it all off. You haven't even thought of the worst thing of all. The worst thing of all is if the power grid's down, water's not being pumped to your homes. And anybody that had a backup pump, okay, that could happen. If the sewage treatment plants ain't got their pumps running and don't have backup, you could have sewage in your clean water.
Ooh.
Now, let's go one step further. You have 250 nuclear plants in America.
Okay.
Without power, the rods will overheat and it'll be meltdown. Chernobyl 250 times over.
This is almost like the Y2K scare.
Okay, now this is pure fear porn as far as I'm concerned. But do I think that somebody would really do this? Yes, I do. Because we
What would
are
they?
dealing with psychopaths, and you better remember that, who want a population reduction and are dead serious about it. Down to
Jesus.
500 million people worldwide. That means a lot of people have to go. So, do I believe that they would do something? Yes. Do I believe they're going to do it? I hope not. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to say they won't. I'm not going to say they will. Because we're
I'm,
dealing with psychopaths.
I'm getting myself armed up if that ever does happen. I've even told some of my friends, even though a good part of me doesn't really believe that would happen because, like I said, on the last chat, the last live stream that I was on, America is a business. They're going to have to find some way to, keep the economy going because that's what these people are all about. And they're psychopaths, but these are money hungry and power hungry psychopaths, and they
Right.
can't power without money.
I'm going to answer this question in my comment section because this is ridiculous. Bill,
Okay.
there's been surprise outbreaks every 4 to 10 years. Like, I don't know this. Like I don't understand that. But I'll tell you what, the numbers from Corona are complete lies. I'll tell you what, it kills no more than the flu does every year. And we've never shut down our economies for something that has been going on. I mean, why didn't we shut it down for H1, the swine flu?
Or like back during the SARS epidemic.
Yeah, why didn't we shut it down for all the outbreaks since I've been doing this? H1N1, swine flu. Why didn't we shut down society then, huh? Come on. See,
Do
why
you
didn't we do this then? No, we didn't. No. There's bills that were wrote on this. I even have a PDF file on this stuff.
do
All
you
you
think
got to do is look at the elite's plans. This stuff has been planned forever.
do you think this could be like a buyout plan or something like that? Like Walmart may be going under and they're trying to basically work a deal with the government
Well, see, the
because
thing is this, the elite ain't going to release something into the atmosphere. They have bioweapons, but they're not going to release something into it that's going to take out too many that could also affect them. There ain't no way they would do that. But they would release something that was just as bad as the flu. Then they would lie and hype and build the numbers. And I'm sorry, but I got semis load of evidence to back up what I'm saying, and I'm not lying. I have semi loads of evidence, I'm telling you. I've dug into this one really hard. This is a complete psyop. 100% psyop. The numbers are being padded. The numbers and the death certificates are being changed. They're not changing the actual cause of death. They're adding a cause of death that had nothing to do with the death.
so they're basically saying this person had, say died of a respiratory failure, but then they're going to add COVID 19
Yes,
as
they say, oh, they
additional.
tested positive for COVID-19 and that's the cause of death. Even then, they leave everything else alone that they're going to put on the death certificate. And unless the way you see a fluctuation of elderly, every year worldwide people die. Every day of the year worldwide, numbers of people die every day. And numbers of people are born. Of course, that number's going down. Okay. But just the same, this is the reality. This is not fake news. This is the reality. This is the truth of what's really going on. And I don't care what others tell me that hasn't done their homework. I've been doing this a long time and I pay attention to what goes on around me. I've been right more than times than I've been wrong. And our leaders have always told us what they were going to do. How it can be so in your face and said to you so many times over the years for 2020 for this to happen. And then when 2020 gets here, it happens. And you say, oh no, it couldn't have been what's been told to me all them times. I
The
mean,
sheeple.
it's in your face. There's no real rhyme or reason for shutting down entire societies, but one reason. And the social engineering is 6 foot. Oh no, they want to keep this type of stuff going. They want to keep you locked up. I mean, I'm only talking about the state of Iowa, and we have 1,500 restaurants that are never going to open up again right now. Only in one state. I was in one of them the other day,
What state was that?
the state I'm in now.
Oh,
Okay. I was in this restaurant there. It was a really good restaurant the other day. They're doing carry out to try to save the business, right? Well,
yep.
the cook who was working for 20 bucks an hour is now working for $5 an hour. The two waitresses are only working for tips. And they volunteered to do it to try to save the restaurant.
Whoa.
Now, this right here it tells you everything you need to know. The pizza ranch in my town is shut forever. Nora's Cafe is shut forever. Okay? And there's a list of 1,500 in Iowa right now, and it ain't even over. I'll tell you, we're still at the beginning. Yeah, he released it to the governors to open up, and every day they're finding more lies, more numbers. They've already announced in this state that they're not reopening school this year, with anticipation of late August, possibly, to bring back the new school year. See, this goes deep, and there's this other psyop that's been pushed, and I hope exactly that it's don't happen. I just don't put trust in our leaders, and I know they're dead serious about population reduction, and I know that they're not afraid to do it. History is replaying itself, is what you're seeing, and throughout history, governments have killed millions of their own people. And if you think for 1 minute they won't do it to you because you're an American, you better take your head out of your rear.
Jesus Christ.
Because that's where your head is parked. There's way, way too much evidence. And if you ignore that evidence, it's because you're a clown. You're complicit with letting history replay itself. And I don't care which way you word it, I don't care who you are. You're complicit with helping evil. Okay? I don't care if they're paying you money, and I don't care if it's a really good figure. Then you're selling out yourself, your children, your own life, and everybody around you for the tool, money. And I'm not trying to be mean to anybody, but I've been doing this a long time, and I've been watching, and more than what I've said has come true than hasn't come true. And I recognize what I'm seeing.
Yeah. It's just, the one thing I just want to know, like, what is the end goal for what the government wants?
The end goal is actually what they want is they want to own all resources on the planet. All resources. Water, electric, gas, okay, homes that you live in, food, that's right. All resources it takes for you to survive is to be owned by the same entity. It's going to be used for control. This is all about control.
It's kind of like what this guy named John Nada said, like you control your food supply, you control your peasants.
That's exactly it. You people don't understand this is what's really been going on for years. Willie Nelson, a country singer, wasn't fighting for the farmers' rights for no reason at all.
What was
I've
he
been
fighting
on.
for?
He was fighting for the farmers because Monsanto's has taken over the seed industry. There's no food seeds you can buy in any store in America that is organic. It's all Monsanto's. It's
They all have like nitrates in it.
they're all GMO, remodified seeds. They don't produce seed in the end. Farmers used to let part of their crop go to seed every year, and they harvested that seed for the following year's crop. That's the way farmers did it for years and years. Monsanto's came in and genetically remodified the seed. And then after they got their patent on it, they, just like in the game of Monopoly, they started running other farmers out. What would happen is when the farmer was seeding the field with the Monsanto seeds, you get some breezy days when they're seeding it where some feeds will blow into the next guy's field, right?
Yeah.
Well, then Monsanto's would keep track of all the farms that wouldn't sell out and buy only their seed, and they would go over there and find one plant that blew over in a seed when it was being harvested in their field of this farmer's field that didn't want Monsanto's, right? Now they haul the farmer to fucking court and they sue him. And
Just
they,
for
yep,
his to go in someone else's yard.
Exactly. This is what was going on. And it was being deliberately done to run these farmers out of business or to have to buy from Monsanto's. One farmer showed the barrel of seeds from Monsanto's. It's strictly labeled, it's not for sale. The patent
What
on it is Monsanto's.
Monsanto's like a Spanish name Santos?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna save that on my memo. I'm gonna look him up later.
This is all stuff that people really need to start doing. I'm sorry. But Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 is real gets, you know. And I know earlier in the week that I did the video that drew a lot of controversy at first. You know, the man that don't know me, that never frequents my channel, who already left a comment tonight? You know the guy that never comes to my channel? Yeah, his own words. He hates my guts and don't see anything I do. His own words, not mine. Okay. The man that never talked to me once in his life but hated on me. The man that tried to divide me and Steve Hoka.
Steve Hoka?
Yeah, he did try.
Are you two like friends again though?
Well, fuck, Steve and I are friends.
Oh,
There ain't no breaking that up. First tried to separate us. Oh, he wants to troll my show now because he's mad. See, that's what sore losers do. But unfortunately, he can't troll my show because he's not here no more. Yeah. You see how fast I took him on out? And he can come back under as many troll channels as he wants. I can take him out as fast as he shows up, and he knows it. So it don't bother me. See, I did a video at him in the middle of the week, and it was controversial because he didn't like the fact that I showed his own words and then showed everybody what Agenda 21 was. It
Gender
pissed
21. What does that mean?
Agenda 21 was to bring in the New World Order. It's to do away with it will do away with rural areas. All small towns will be forced to move to big cities because no supplies will be shipped their way from the supply chain. They want everybody in regions, 3 regions that they're going to break the United States into. The rest of it will be for the wildlife. And you'll be stacked up in little dinky units, 3, 4 people, crunched into a little area. That's all they'll be allowed to live in. You haven't seen what the plan is. That's what the plan is. It's for control. And you're going to be living like China. You're going to have a social credit score. That's right. You
A
find out
social credit score? Basically, like other people rate you?
oh, the government rates you. You apply. You go along with anything they say. If you disagree and speak out about it, you're going to jail.
Jesus Christ.
You don't have no freedom of speech. You believe what's told to you, and you do as you're said, slave. And once you get old enough, you're not useful for making money, working no more. They just kill you. They think they're gods. We're talking about psychopaths.
Yeah. Also, most of those people are just a bunch of pedophilic Illuminati scumbags.
Well, we have a lot of scumbag, pedophilia scumbags, whatever you want to call it, all the way down the line that are working for them. Well, a lot of people have sold out for the money. They got the fair chance to make really good money, be real wealthy. Some of them got to be stars like Oprah Winfrey. Yeah. Yeah, she's as evil as it gets. She works with them. Believe it or not, she does. So does Vince
Do
McMahon.
you think Barbie too? I heard he's bought out as well, and I think Taylor Swift is too.
Oh,
She
yeah. Well,
shows like very. If you look at a lot of Taylor Swift's videos, she shows like a lot of signs of basically doing like the whole the pyramid scheme, which is the sign of the Illuminati.
well, you got a lot of people up here that are in positions. You got a lot of agents all over YouTube. Okay. I just call them anymore employees of the establishment. And if you say what I mean by employees of the establishment, that's pretty simple. We're talking CIA, we're talking Hollywood, We're talking Apple. We're talking Facebook. That's right. We're talking Google. We're talking military intelligence.
Yeah.
See, from all forms of life, all forms of everything I've said, we have people all over YouTube infiltrating everything that are part of the system. They're working for the system. People used to call them shields or they call them agents, you know. I just soon call them employees of the establishment who have sold out themselves and the people for a good living and don't care. Because after all, who do we look out for in today's society? Oh, that's right, number one.
We look
And,
out for either the celebrity or we look out for the welfare king and queen that sucks up our tax money.
yeah, well, us, the people, on the average, we look out for ourselves. We don't care about other people.
Yeah. I mean
All
that
we got
that
to do is examine our own behaviors. In the manosphere, people talk about the problem of the dating scene, and it doesn't matter whether you're MGTOW or if you're incel or you're forever alone or you're TFL. The problems that they talk about in general are the same topics. Okay? The manosphere should have united and come together long ago. But they don't want that because you got people want their own individual fame because they're here for the wrong reason. You got MGTOWers that are TFLers in denial. Okay?
yeah.
Nobody wants to be honest. They want to continue to try to think that it's all a game, it's all a sport. We use social engineering words which only feeds the mindset and keeps the problem alive, like sexual market value. That's right. Supply and demand. Oh, we category from 1 to 10. Don't you see that's all social engineering? Don't you know that nobody wants to be a number 1 or 2?
Yeah.
Okay, nobody wants to be labeled a number 1 or 2. And if somebody says to somebody else that they're a number 2 or number 3 or something for their looks in the dating market, they're going to become angry and fight with them and no, I'm not. Don't you're just feeding right into what they want you to do. See, we can't stand together because we're not smart enough to realize your life's on the line now, are you?
Nope.
That your
Because
decision will determine if you stay alive or die. Because nobody wanted to listen when I said TFL is a direct result of NWO.
New World Order, yeah. And the thing also, you know, I know we were talked about PUA and Rouge V from last week and everything like that. Um, One of his videos, I don't remember if I said it on the live stream, but it was a video where he decided he was gonna. It was the 4 things he learned in 2017, and he says that basically the dating game, this MGTOW group is going to get bigger and bigger because women nowadays are setting their standards much higher because of how the high level thirst in men are nowadays. So whatever woman that you've seen that was maybe a 2 from like 10 years ago, in the eyes of most men nowadays, she's probably like a 7 or an 8.
Oh, yeah, no, I would agree with you on that. I really would. I would totally agree with you on that. And I think you're correct about that statement. I really do.
Yeah.
It's sad that people just don't want to pay attention because we need the genders together. Now, Jane was supposed to be on the show tonight, but I think maybe she passed out on me, okay? If she
Yeah.
shows up later in the show, I will bring her in. Men and
I
women need to get their division broke up, it's back together and I don't see it happening, okay? But it needs to happen because you need to realize your lives are on the line and we need numbers.
yes.
Numbers, because the only way we can stop what's going down is through numbers. And it's not about bloodshed. You don't got to go get a gun and defend your life. You got to understand that these psychopaths get their power from us, the people. We all
Yep.
have to be willing to stand down. What have you got to lose now? They're taking your jobs out from underneath you.
Well,
But
it's
we have
also
to
like
get our
with
military to do the same. Where do they get our military from? Us, the people.
it's also what Steve Hoka said last week as well. He basically that these patriotic veterans who are not going to allow the government to take their guns. Well, if one of these guys ends up firing at one of the agents who tries to do so, then the media is going to put a spin on that and make us look like we're terrorists. So that's going to give them a valid excuse to enforce martial law. Um, and the other thing, I also saw an article last week. There was a guy, 32-year-old Navy vet. No, he was the 36-year-old Navy vet who made bomb threats about wanting to blow up a hospital, and he apparently got into a firefight with FBI agents and ended up getting killed in the result of it
Yeah,
because of this
boy, you.
19. He was trying to prevent martial law.
Yeah, we had a barber with Louisiana who
Uh-huh.
said F the governor. I'm reopening my barber shop. This is my living, and I have a wife and kids to support. So he said F the governor and was reopening his barber shop. When law enforcement showed up and said, you can reopen your doors, but for every customer that walks through your door, that customer is going to be fined $5,000. Then we're going to take away your license and fine you. So then
Yeah.
he changed his mind and didn't open his barber shop. Okay? Now you want to think about this for real. Okay? If my state can have 1,500 restaurants gone forever, I can imagine how many restaurants are already gone forever, how many barber shops are gone forever, how many bars are gone forever. I'm not joking you. How many hair salons will be gone forever? Yep, all of the little businesses, the little mom and dad grocery store, gone forever. What,
Yep.
you think this is an accident? And over something that kills no more people than the flu does every year. Because people fell for the lie. This is, I didn't think I was going to, when this first come up, my first thought was, well, every election year we have fear pouring up the yin yang and blah, blah, blah. And this is going to be like the rest of them, the swine flu and H1N1 and all this, right? And that this is going to come and go. That was my first thought. And then when Harry had his nervous breakdown, I thought, okay, he was scared to death that he was going to die of corona. Seriously scared to death. So when he had his nervous breakdown, I went ahead and, okay, fine, because I backed off of researching and digging for probably about a year or so now, just because I wore myself out on it, okay, and I done it so much. So I said, okay, so I started looking, and I knew if I started looking, I wasn't going to stop because I know me. And I started looking, and then I kept looking, and I kept looking, and I kept looking, and I kept looking, and here I am. And I'm sorry, this is a Hollywood show. We shut down our societies for something that kills just as many as flu does every year. We didn't do that for H1N1. We didn't do that for the swine flu. Okay. And I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack. That's what we've done. Because we allowed them to scare the kajivas out of us and lie to us. But you can't do anything about them lying to you because propaganda is legal, guys. We allowed them to make propaganda legal. So we can't blame nobody but ourselves. When they said they wanted to make propaganda legal in the media, that should have been an immediate no. That should never have been passed into law.
So
Pro- Go
i-
ahead.
isn't that like the same thing as like as far as propaganda? Isn't it under kind of like the same law as like defamation of someone's character?
Well,
basically, or
it's similar, but propaganda is the slang word for lie. Deception. Don't have to be honest with you. Okay. Now, speaking of deception, David Icke said something that had me in stitches. He was talking about the elite, and and he says he would call the elite evil, but they would probably sue him for defamation of character. And that one had me in
ironic.
stitches. I know. I thought that. Damn, that was good. So but no, the reality is just what it is. That's why people don't understand. And this last week, I also showed them Human Services in Iowa. The head of Human Services in the state of Iowa decided that, well, we know that people are trapped in their house with this corona and you're in lockdown because we have to keep, quarantine you. But in a time of emergency and being quarantined, the numbers of domestic abuse or abuse in the home, abuse of children and elderly, and so on, have come down, sadly, she says. She literally said the numbers came down and said sadly. Then she went on to you, if you see something, say something. Many of victims are now in isolation, quarantine with their abuser. So you need to listen to your neighborhoods. Listen for sounds of people might be in distress. And call this number, blah, blah, blah. Welcome to NWO. Right in your face.
The crazy thing is they want to act they want to act so concerned about abuse, but they're like the biggest abusers on the face of the planet.
Yeah,
They secretly condone it. Matter of fact, most socialist minded folks do.
yep.
And
It's just sad. You know, I hate to see our society in the shape it's in. I hate to see the dating scene where it's at. I hate the thought that so many men worldwide are going without because they can't get a woman in their life. And men that
you know,
do get women in their life find out how toxic they really are and get treated like a piece of dirt.
it happened with me. I got a funny story. It's kind of brutal, but it's kind of funny at the same time. Like going back to the whole, you know, Roosh was saying like women are basically, you know, men are basically thirsty as hell and all this other stuff. I brought up those were his words. My words were like women who were 10 years ago are now a 7 or 8 in the eyes of men nowadays. Well, I've had the issue with my ex girlfriend. We've talked about that a little bit. And of course, I'm a big supporter because I'm libertarian. I'm a big supporter of legalizing, prostitution. I think the government shouldn't say no to it. Of course, she was against it. I know why. She wasn't a bad looking girl, but she was, average. She was just a normal looking girl in her early 20s. Um, but she thought that she was hotter than what she really was because she said, "Oh well, a couple of years ago I slept with this really really hot guy, so that must mean that I'm hot." And I said, "It don't work like that for women." And she goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Because the thing is, there's guys out there that will sleep with anybody." And the reason that so-called hot guy probably slept with you is because you were probably the only one available. And she got mad about it.
Well, yeah, she'd get mad about it, but the reality is, you know, our dating scene is completely screwed. I mean, I'm sorry. I said it for years now that nobody knows what they're doing. They get mad at me when I say, yes, I do know what I'm doing, but they really don't. Because if they did, relationships would stay together. You wouldn't have all the high divorce rate. You wouldn't have the domestic violence. You wouldn't have those countless numbers of children without a dad in their life and some without a mother. You wouldn't have going on what's going on if you knew what you was doing.
I see a lot of these single mothers like go around and they will like talk some mad ish about the child's father and everything like that. And I'm kind of always thinking in my head, I'm going like, if that man was really that bad, then how did he get to sleep with you? Or why did you sleep with him more than at least twice, or more than enough to where you got pregnant?
Well, you got to look at the reality between Hollywood, the sitcoms, and the pornography, and the love romance books, and everything that's been put in their face their whole life. Okay,
Yeah,
you know, and then of course the double standards in society and men not standing up for themselves and turning their back to the woman's wrongs, and the white knights and simps. The combination of everything is what's led to where we're at now. Okay, and that was deliberately done to keep the divide the genders. You know the old motto, divide and conquer.
yeah.
Well, the elite have used it to their advantage in everything in life. In everything in life. And they've socially engineered and fine tuned it just like a computer so well that most people can't even see what's really happened to them. And then when you expose what's really happened to them, they become angry and they go into denial, or a lot of them will, because it's against
It's almost
everything
like the
they've
bully.
learned.
Like it's like the bully. Like when you retaliate, they get even more angry about it. That's usually what a bully does. They want to like be able to do whatever they want to you, to whoever they feel they can victimize, and when that person happens to stand up for themselves or even swing back, they will get even more angry about it.
Oh, they will, and this is just it. So, and it's even, you think about it, the military is famous for recruiting our young right out of high school and
Yep.
promising them this beautiful career and giving them the snake oil sales pitch and then getting them in boot camp and brainwaving them into compliance, complete ownership over their own body. Okay, and if the military says you're giving you this shot, they don't have to tell you what it is. They just give it to you and you got no say so. Okay, so there comes vaccinations, right? And then, of
Yep.
course, you got to follow your orders. So if your orders is to go over here and you're told they're your enemy and they've never done nothing to anybody, you go in and you take over another country, you steal and kill, bomb, blow up, okay, for the resources for NWO,
Yeah.
and take down another nation, okay, and this is what's been going on over and over and over and over as we replay history, okay. This stuff goes back, I mean, a long time, but you can go back to 19, I'll tell you one. 9/11 happened in 2002. We're in 2020, that makes that 19 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we have Cobra 19. And then we had the tornadoes that struck up by, what was that, in Louisiana too, up in that area of the woods. And the reports was that 19 died. How coincidental, huh?
Yep.
How coincidental, yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence. We have weather technology and we've had it for years. We can control the weather. And the military has full control over the weather. Have you ever heard of the term weather warfare?
No.
Well, it exists. Look it up. You can find it in the military industrial complex. You can find it in the CIA. It's been run forever. HARP, HAARP, okay, was for weather manipulation. Okay, the chemtrails help with the weather, plus put aluminum in this. See, it's got multi purpose. You got aluminum in the air, which causes frequencies to carry further, allows them to heat up the atmosphere and change the weather. Multiple purpose, okay? Just like the word smart is a military word. Most people don't realize that, okay? But it actually is. And the towers they're putting up all over the place, okay, for your new speed. We won't even say the name again because if I say it too many times, it is true. YouTube won't like it and they'll shut the stream down. Okay. So,
Yeah. YouTube has a history of doing that.
Yes, it does. Okay.
Yeah, they have a bad habit of doing it.
Certain things I don't want to say too much of, period, because I understand what'll take place. I
Yeah.
mean, I've already lost 4 channels. I've been censored so long now that I'm so used to it. Okay.
You know,
I've
I've actually,
lost. Go ahead.
huh?
I say
I
go
was just
ahead.
gonna say I had one of my videos taken down.
Yeah. Whenever you hang over a topic that tells too much truth, they don't like it. If it's especially if it's the wrong time for them, they'll shut you down. Okay. Then of course we got the algorithm removing certain things through AI on top of YouTube itself. So it's why but we're here. We are. We're in this time right now where we got all these problems going on that have been engineered and created for us by the very people I'm talking about who brought you what's going on now. And if we don't wake up real quick like and start banding together, then there's going to be a lot of people dying.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not joking you on that. There's going to be a lot of people dying. Even people who think they're safe because they're employees of the establishment. No, you won't be safe. You may have bought the snake oil and you may be having your fancy rich living. But you're going to find out in the long run, when push comes to shove at the end, they won't need you no more. Goodbye, Patsy. Happens all the time throughout history. What, you think is somehow going to be different now? Oh, you think it's because you're American it's somehow different? No, it isn't. America's been targeted. It's been the targeted country to bring down. Then this time they've targeted the whole world. Why? Because they're bringing in NWO. That's why it's the whole world.
I agree. I agree with that big time.
Then, of course, they're going to help you out by giving you a cashless society. Watch and see. I would have had a debate with First. I would have been willing to talk to First. Even when I suspected him of being who I think and I know he is now, I just know it in my heart. I've known it all along anyhow. I would have still talked to him. But see, he hated me from day one.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, the guy that used to be up on Steve's live streams by the name of First.
Oh,
Okay. But I've been suspicious of him for quite some time now as being just exactly that, an employee of the establishment. And I'd already been suspicious for a while, and I actually Googled the man's phone number, and he definitely lives in Silicon Valley in that area of California. Okay. And that is the heart of the corruption in the United States, Silicon Valley. And you do have to make a lot of money to live there. Okay, so you're already in the upper echelons of the rich to begin with to live there. So, and I let First be in my chat today till he started trolling me. Then I took him out.
What was he saying?
He didn't say too much, but when I didn't even leave his stuff up to read it because it was the same thing over and over and over being copy and pasted. So I removed him. But First did give a very valid effort to divide Steve Hoke and me. He wanted to divide us and get Steve over to Incel. And that would have been the worst thing that could have ever happened to Steve Hoken. I'm glad Steve Hoken stood up to him. And so did Hayden. The both of them made me very proud of them. Okay. As far as the character and who they are, Steve Hoken and Hayden Rose are really good men. They're really good people. I like them both a lot, okay? And no, it wasn't going to happen, but he did give his valid effort. Now think if he'd got him over there in the incel community being the great speaker It would have lined right up with the Huffington Post, wouldn't have it? Sure would have. Right after we had the Incel Rebellion come out right here, what, in February? Yeah.
February of this year.
Yes, Texas put an article in a PDF file out on the Incel Rebellion, and they gave 10 years worth of incel attacks against people on society. And they linked Steve Hoka's name to it in the Huffington Post.
Wow.
Okay, so no, they were after Steve. They targeted Steve, and I totally disagree with it. But I recognize what I saw, and I know what I saw, and I know that's exactly what they had done.
Why did they target Steve for?
Steve's a good speaker. He's been speaking on TFL topics for years, just like me. They've taken Turd Flinging Monkey, who's also another employee of the establishment, broke down the categories of the names in the manosphere, and he took incel and put a slash and put TFL next to it. And TFL is not incel, has never been incel, and never will be. Okay, they want to call TFL incel when incel and TFL are not the same. There's a lot of common things I like about them, but they're not the same. Because,
Yeah.
see, TFL isn't sexually based. Never has been and never will be. And incel is sexually based.
Yep. Well, I actually made a video about incels not too long ago. I debated about doing it for a while just because of how sensitive that topic is. Because, like you said, it is it's a sexual base for that group of people.
It is. It's
Unlike
sexually
TFL,
based.
where
And
where
TFL,
TFL most people just want like an emotional and spiritual connection with a woman.
yeah, they want to pay. A lot of TFLers just desire to have one good woman in their life that'll be their best friend, their companion, their mate to grow old with and have children and raise their kids. And they just want the normal thing. And of course, that's to be done away with because we have to control the population. We can't control the population if we can't control the births.
Yeah. I know. I know. You know, it's like I said before. You control your food supply. You control your peasants.
That's right. You control your cattle, your sheep, your peasants.
Yep. Um. I know it might be kind of a sensitive topic, but I've I used to consider myself very MGTOW during the first couple years, like when I got on YouTube, but just after a while and after getting too deep into it, it was just like, I don't really feel any gratification from it anymore. I don't really feel like, I fit in like I used to. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. See, TFL isn't a bad name, but it's a true name for so many men because they get rejected all the time over and over and over. That's what makes it forced because you're not willingly being alone, but you can't force somebody to like you or want to date you or be with you. Okay. But a lot of the TFLers don't understand it isn't all what it's painted out to be. Because when in today's society, people don't know how to treat each other. And you get with a woman and find yourself being treated lower than a piece of dirt on the ground, and you ain't gonna like it.
No, no. You know, the thing that attracted me to the manosphere that was, I'm not trying to like put myself above anyone or talking about like my certain group of people, but the one link that for me that attracted me to MGTOW, I'm not trying to put anyone in my family on blast, but it was abuse. A lot of people kind of walk into TFL, a lot of people walk into MGTOW, or a lot of people walk into the incel, but there's a difference between that and being born into that situation. Kind of like people who are born into gangs. There's some people who walk into it, but it's a lot different, in comparison to someone who was born in a family that was in a gang and that lifestyle and everything like that. That just you know that came along with that package for them. Growing up. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
I mean,
Sometimes it's no different than the rich kid. He grows up in a family, or she grows up in a family, or he and she's that are well to do and they're spoiled their whole life and they grow up with self entitlement issues like a woman.
yep.
Okay, women get the self entitlement issue even without being wealthy from a wealthy family because of men turning their backs, men allowing it to go on, men not standing up for themselves to females. Okay, this is the real reason this happens to so many men.
Yeah, and I mean, the common denominator. I mean, honestly, you know, um, I need to kind of edit what I said about like the attraction to the whole manosphere. It really is linked to abuse, and I think to you know a degree, like you know women cheating on their husband, and even vice versa. I look at that as a form of emotional abuse, and I think when women do it, I mean, to an extent, it's much worse because I've talked to a lot of women about this whole thing about like what is worse, men cheating on women or women cheating on men. And I say the action itself is equally bad, but the aftermath is different because you can't emasculate a woman.
Mm-hmm. I understand you. So we have Drunk Hulk with us as well. Welcome aboard.
Hey, thanks, Bill. How you guys doing?
Not doing too bad.
How
How
you
you
doing?
doing, buddy?
I'm all right. I had to. I got locked in my bathroom. That's why I'm a little late joining the chat. It's kind of scary.
No, that was nice of that
We've all
bathroom.
been there.
I had to break down the door. I had no other way. I mean, I could have. I didn't leave my bedroom window open, so I theoretically I could have gone out the bathroom window, because I'm thin enough to fit. But then it's like it would be getting back through the window. Like it would be kind of weird if I wasn't able to get through my bedroom window. It's crazy. So now I gotta face repairing the door. But anyways, at least I made it out.
Well, I'm sorry for you there,
It happens. I think it's happened to lots of people. It's when they understandably people go for cheaper contractors to put these doors in, and then the locks end up getting faulty. And part of the blame is myself because I probably should have contacted them as soon as the locks a couple of the locks within my apartment are kind of loose. So that's probably where I should have contacted the landlord about that. But anyways, how are you guys? And
Well, today, not much, but I did get some new tires on my motorcycle. I've been practicing on it today and got insurance for it and everything. But luckily, I was riding before the rain actually struck. So, yeah,
good timing. Good timing.
yeah, good timing. But no, I got these new Shinko tires, dual sport tires for my dirt bike. So it's, about halfway from being technically street legal, but that's why I got the insurance in case cops pull me over. I can at least show them that.
So wait, do you mostly drive it on the road or like off road? Like, did you say it's a
Uh,
dirt?
it's both. Like the dual sport tires, they come in different increments. Some the ones I got are 70/30, and 70 is basically those tires are 70% for the street, and 30% can be off road. Could be like grasslands, gravel, things like that. Any kind of light terrain off the road is fine. Um, which I tested out earlier today because my apartment has a lot of grassland around here, so I was just practicing around there to kind of take the little loop to get on the road and just to kind of just drive around. But no, it actually went to like 40 miles per hour within like 2 seconds this time.
Wow, that's crazy. That is a lot of power.
It honestly, I mean, I got my license a couple years ago, but to be honest, as far as like doing anything crazy or even going on the highway, I'm not really quite confident in my ability to do that yet.
I wouldn't either. See, the thing is, the idea of being in a remote area with well, so the countryside around, we'd have to go 2 hours north of the city, where, because I live in a city, right? So I
Yeah.
hate the idea of being at the mercy of other cars. I think in an urban area, it would be, it's just the idea of even a motorcycle scares me. But in a rural area, if you've got, like you say, you've got grassland in your area, 2 hours north of the city here, we'd have Canadian Shield, which is kind of like granite rock. Like, you would have a lot of fun if you're in a remote area, you're just by yourself. I think that's perfect.
Well, now, no, I live in San Antonio, so I live in a semi big city. Um, but no, the drivers here are what I mean. I honestly scared driving around them in a car, so I don't
Yeah,
think I'm really that confident to really ride a motorcycle near them very long term. And I've
yeah,
already had
exactly.
even a couple close calls today riding my bike. People trying to merge close to me while I'm on the freaking motorcycle. So I'm either having to speed up or hit the brakes.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
It sucks being at the mercy of other people, and unfortunately, I think the crux of TFL is that we're at the mercy of how the media and society has painted us. I know that might sound defeatist, that might sound negative, but
Well,
that's my
actually, it's
opinion.
not sounding negative. It really be true. Okay, you're at the mercy of that. You're at the mercy of other men that are so desperate that they will forgive all their rights and just nothing but simp for the woman. Okay, so there's a combination of reasons why it's going on, but it all goes back to social engineering. And people right now better be more worried about what's going on around in their face right now, because this thing's most likely going to go a whole lot uglier before it's all said and done.
Have either of you guys ever experienced a new lady coming into the workplace, and then like some of the higher ups kind of, for lack of a better word, will simp and or throw you under the bus even though you're more competent?
oh,
You've
actually, I'm actually kind of glad you say that. In fact, I actually have some screenshots. I don't know if I could. Yeah, I know I could send it to Bill, but I don't know if you'll be able to see them if I do that. But there was this girl. She was cool when I first met her at my job, but I would say probably from like last year up until now, she just been very arrogant, so to speak. Like just like correcting people, but in a very patronizing type of way. Like she's talking to a child, so to speak.
mm,
And I got the text messages to prove it as well. She got promoted to service manager just about 2 months ago, despite the fact that she has very little to no experience out on the field. Because she was like an office girl, so we would be out in the field doing the actual physical job. But then, pretty much all last year, it was pretty much just a cakewalk for her. I mean, she would leave work. I mean, she would only be there until the girls in the office would only stay until 5 in the afternoon, but she would even leave earlier than that without even asking the boss. And even one of my female friends that used to work there, that we stayed connected on Facebook, would tell me, yeah, she would do that all the time. I mean, she was just lazy. She would leave anytime that she felt like it. I mean, she just pretty much just acted like work was a extension of her will, so to speak. And then she gets promoted. And my buddy, who's the assistant manager, I mean, he's been doing this job for like 10 years. So I would be like telling myself, I said, like, if there was a supervisor position, I mean, he should have got it before her. I mean, most definitely,
for sure.
but didn't happen.
Yeah, I've noticed that, and there's also this dynamic of like the manager, whether it's managerial, upper level people in companies, or the boss themselves will kind of fluff their feathers and throw other guys under the bus, sort of like an inadvertent way of impressing the girl, or kind of like they start to see the men in the workplace as a burden, and like Alex Ansary talked about this, there are a lot of bosses, like sort of corrupt business owners, who they just want a piece of eye candy to look at. You know what I mean? Then once this pretty woman enters the workplace, you become a burden to the boss, and the boss is totally corrupt.
Oh, and you know what? She don't even have to be pretty at all. And this girl that I'm even talking about, she's not pretty at all. At the most, she's a 5.
Oh yeah, I mean well, the
As long as she's got a hole between her legs, that's probably all that matters to men nowadays.
I mean, not to objectify anybody, but but Steve is right that the market has just totally shifted against men's favor in the past 15 years. I mean, come on, you can see that clearly. So you're correct about that. They don't have to be pretty in order for the entire dynamic of a company to be corrupted and to throwing men under the bus. It's not anything I have against these women per se. It's how people are so easily corrupted.
The thing I have an issue with, like, I'm not, misogynistic. I am a misanthropist, so I don't really discriminate on, most people. In fact, I hate 99% of people except for Bill, of course. Bill's one
I hear
percent
you.
of people I like, and you, and but no, other than that, no, the women who were, say, about 10 years ago, they're probably in the eyes of thirsty men, probably a 7 or an 8 without even using their beer goggles.
Oh, big time. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't doubt it.
it's just disgusting. And what disgusts me about most of them, I mean, I'm talking about women in this country, is that, they can act abusive and they get off scot free for doing so. And I just think it's freaking sick.
That's exactly it. It is sick. It's disgusting, but it's deliberately done to make you angry at her and to make her power trip her ego. Boosts her ego, makes you angry at her, and keeps the division of the genders alive.
Oh, women love to see men in pain, whether it's physical or mental.
Oh, you got that right. They eat up on it, man. All that feeds their ego big time.
Yeah, but the minute you do it, they get pissed off about it, and and then you want to, of course, say, don't feel so good now, does it?
Of course, that's normal. What you're feeling is just the way it's supposed to be. But see, the division of the genders worked well. As long as you get white knights that keep putting up with it and bending over, just so desperate to have a woman in their life. And as long as women knows they have the upper hand, they're never going to relinquish it.
There's one thing women cannot stand about some men, is men that they cannot use sex as a weapon towards. That's the type of man they hate more than anything.
Oh yes, they do. I mean, I'm hated. I'm hated for that myself, because that could never ever ever be an issue with me, and they know it. The women that's been with me knows it, and it infuriates them because they want to control me through sex and they can't.
Going off what Steve said last week. Hey, Drunkhold, do you remember that conversation where Steve was saying, like, women now want effeminate men, they don't want masculine men or anything like that?
In terms of where I live, like my location, I think he's 100% spot on. He is in the Cleveland area, so maybe this is something in larger metros and in maybe the northern states in Canada. I hear the dynamic in Texas might be a little different. What do you think, Warburg, about him saying that? Because I think he's spot on as far as where I live.
I,
They're
I
all
think it's about the same now. I have lived in 4 major cities my whole life. I lived of course, I'm from Atlanta, and that's actually when I started talking to Bill.
oh, I've
Uh,
been
I lived I lived in Lake Charles for a couple years. I lived in El Paso, for the majority of my early 20s, and then I lived in San Antonio for the past 4 years. Um, I would say, as far as the dating world goes, between Atlanta and San Antonio, Atlanta, the women there, either you're out of their league or they're out of your league. Just like with the whole economy over there, either you have money or you don't. San Antonio, I would say, as far as dating goes and women, I would say, as far as hooking up, and the competition's a little bit more fair. But as far as adultery, I mean, I would say it's just as bad as in comparison to other places I lived at.
Now, what's the demographics like in San Antonio? Like as far as I know, I when I think of San Antonio, I think of mostly like families living in the suburbs. You know, is there a lot of young people there? Because I don't.
Yeah, there is. I mean, San Antonio. I mean, as far as like the people goes, I mean, it's kind of like what they say a small town feel with a big city life, so to speak. So people here, are, as far as like socially going, in comparison to Atlanta, they're not nearly as rude. I mean, they're not going to just randomly, give you shit just to give you shit like most folks in Atlanta would. Um, Atlanta also has a lot of racism. I'm not trying to get under anyone's skin or anything like that, but me personally, I just kind of looked at it as okay, I'm the wrong skin color to be there, and it's just not the right place for me, and all this other stuff. But I mean, the racism over there goes both ways. You don't really see much racism down here in San Antonio.
Atlanta,
Um,
I've been to Atlanta. It was a bit weird how we would drive around this area that was considered like I was there for a work reasons for like a
uh-huh.
conference, and me and another guy I was working with, he was driving us through this neighborhood that was considered to be the very lower class sort of ghetto part of the city. Yet it actually, like the actual size of the properties, all the trees and everything looked pretty nice. It just wasn't well taken care of. It's like if you move those properties to, say, to New York or Toronto or Vancouver, they would be worth $1 million. I was like,
Yeah.
what's going on in Atlanta? And it's like the city of the haves and the have, like the north part seemed very wealthy, and then the south part seemed kind of it was weird. We were driving around and it just we didn't get really a sense of the people. It seemed really dead. It seemed like there was nobody out on the streets.
No, I mean it really depends on where you go as well. Because I was from the northwest of Atlanta, like around Cobb County. Like, do you remember where Marietta is?
I think when we drove south, because we were coming from the north down the I-75, I think I recall seeing that on the sign.
Yeah, if you went down to I-75, if you passed Ackworth or any place like that,
Yeah,
um, you okay, it was like I think it would be
like
exit like
Buckhead is
170.
the very wealthy part, right?
Marietta, I mean, it's half and half. I mean, it's a big metro city outside of Atlanta, but if you are like near the Duck Road area in Marietta, that's kind of the more ghetto, slummy type of place. But I lived down there when I rented a room there for a few months. I would walk out like in the middle of the night, like going to Waffle House or whatever, and I would even see, groups of people walking around, and they never did anything to me. So crime has actually gotten lower, um, you know, since I left Atlanta and came back.
We
You
stayed
know,
at this place near, it was called like Virginia. It was near the airport. It was kind of more of a sketchy area. It's called Virginia Avenue. I'm trying to think of the name of the city. Atlanta Airport. I'm gonna find what this area was called. Was in the south of Atlanta, and it was like everyone who we were with, who was at that conference, that one lady was like, "Oh yeah, there's a convenience store, right near the motel and everything, and you can go." Well, it was a motel that was converted into a hotel, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you can go get your drinks there." And then this one girlfriend, I think she was Jamaican or something, who was with us on the trip. She's like, "There's no way in hell I'm going. I'm leaving this hotel." She's like, "I'm staying in the hotel. I'm not setting a foot outside." So people were sketched out by. I think certain parts of Atlanta are very sketchy,
yeah, there is. I mean,
and it's like not even racial, because like half the people in our conference group were from the Caribbean. Like Toronto has a big black population, so it's like it seems like when you compare Canada and the States has even more inequality. So you get these very nice areas, but you also get these very sketchy areas.
Yeah.
I guess that's
As far as like racism in Atlanta, I mean, especially Cobb County, have you heard of the group called Anonymous?
is
Ah,
that like,
yes.
yeah, they're
Well,
very
yep.
involved with like WikiLeaks and stuff like that.
That's the big psyop. That's a government-funded, George Soros-funded group.
Well, they released a list of all the police officers who were members of the Ku Klux Klan, and they some of those police officers were actually from my county down in um, over in Marietta, Georgia. Well, Cobb County police to be exact. But like as far as the racism goes over there, that's usually where it starts, and it just kind of circulates.
See, I
You know,
think the elites. I think the elites fund these kind of racist um, groups, and I think it's. I think the media purposely brings a lot of attention to it to make people distrustful and hateful towards each other. I think the actual danger that we experience in public, a lot of it's economic. A lot of it's this is all.
oh,
I think his mic went to again.
I don't know.
Sorry, I was gonna say I think any danger we experience in public, a lot of it's driven by economics, TFL, and the elite. The elite orchestrate all of this.
Well, actually, that is true. The elite orchestrate it all, and they have their parties down the line that carry it out for them.
When you
And
say the elite, are you meaning like the Illuminati and all that?
well, the Illuminati, the elite,
The corporate oligarchy that is disguised as a democratic capitalism, when in reality, it's funny. It's capitalism for 95% of the population. Then for the elite gets socialism. They get all these bailouts and everything
your elite, well,
right
your
away.
elite is not just your corporations, but your top echelon, okay, which are mostly bankers and so on. Okay, these people designate what everything else does. As this goes from the top clear to the bottom because you have people in all forms of government and law enforcement, all agencies that are involved in this. This is a lot bigger than people think it is. They've spent many years setting this all up. Okay. You have the Trilateral Commission, you have the Bilderberg, okay? And then, of course, you've got your corporations, as what Drunk Hulk was talking about, that are all in bed with this. Every form of government across the world is all involved in this. This has been going on a long time. And they've put the stuff in people's face. They've told people over and over, so it ain't like the people haven't been told. Because they have. They just don't pay attention. And unfortunately, because they don't pay attention or they don't want to believe something that is true and they don't take the time to look into it, they don't realize what's really going on.
Unfortunately, Bill, the truth is not very profitable.
No, well, you know what? It's not a matter about profit because this is how people have sold out people. It's not about profits. It's about do you want to live or die? Okay,
But
that's really what it comes down
people
to.
are but people are programmed to not. I don't
Well,
know. I
people
think
can go with the programming all they want, but it ain't going to change the fact that their population reduction they want is real. It's not fraudulent. And if you think that it's not going to happen to you because you're somehow magically safe where you're at, well, was you magically safe from Corona? Are you in lockdown or ain't you?
right.
Do you realize that is tyranny? Do you realize it's bringing in NWO? When I mentioned in my video earlier in the week when I showed Agenda 21, if you open your eyes to what Agenda 21 is and look around you right now, you'll see they're bringing it in.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this could get a whole lot uglier. I said at the beginning of the live stream, there's another military exercise drill that was scheduled for this year. They've claimed to have canceled it, and I hope to God they did because you want to talk about fear porn? If they're to carry out this military exercise drill, the United States is going to be in deep shit. Okay, and they're not afraid to kill off millions of people. The governments have already done it throughout history. They want their population reduction, and they're not joking about it. That's what people don't understand when they turn their back, that they are literally not joking. And they don't care what means they get it, as long as they get it. The lies and the manipulation are through the freaking roof.
Well, I don't know about Canada's budget, but I do know with the budget in the States, they're spending like what $170 billion to bomb other countries. 20 billion of that could be used for to end they say 20 billion could be used to end homelessness. So even if they continued, let's say they spend 150 billion dollars blowing it on bombing other countries, they'd be able to help the homelessness. I mean, but they're not doing that.
They
So
don't
how
want to
clear
help though. They don't want to help the homelessness. Matter of fact, the only thing this is going to do is create more of the homelessness.
and that is that ties right into TFL because we know the majority are men.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have a lot of women. The women ain't escaping this one, dude.
Oh, big time.
This
Big
is
time.
NWO. The women are gonna be suffering just as sad. They're gonna find out what it's like to suffer. They ain't
They're
pedestals
going to be
ain't
crying
gonna
to
get
the
them
men.
nothing.
And
They're going to be crying to the men to protect them.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but you done shit on the men for so many years that there's so many men that won't want to help you, and I can't blame them. I think there's a lot of simps that still will, but I think there's an awful lot of men that won't care. They'll just laugh at them.
You know what's kind of ironic and funny and disgusting and sad at the same time is that these women that they idolize, these elite women, these celebrities, they're not going to be for empowering the women who get negatively infected by this economic downturn and this destruction that we're going to see. They're not going to help them, right? So they're going to
No,
be
not at all.
suffering.
You're right. They're not going to help them. You're not going to. Women ain't going to have the help they think they're on. You know, the people responsible for them being placed on a pedestal outside of the simps are the very people, the elite, that done this. And they will take the power away from the women because them are the people that have the power to take the power away from the women. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
it'll expose a lot of this phony identity politics. It'll show
well,
what
their
it's
agenda's done. Think about it. They've divided the genders. They've divided them so good. Okay, and they've got us right where they want us. They're ready to bring in their agenda. NWO is being brought in right now under your face.
right.
And they're ready to bring it in. How would they not be ready? They got us right where they want us. We're all divided. All of us are. We're all divided. You can't get even the manosphere to stand together, let alone the genders. We've seen how people acted the first time I brought Jane on the show. We watched how people acted over a woman being on the show. They lost their minds. See, they won. The elite got you right where they want you.
Yeah, they did.
And that, I mean, that's not a lie. That's right in your face. And see, we have to be able to come together because it's numbers is the only way we're going to stop what's going on. And people want to think that I'm joking about this, but I'm not joking you. I gave you your examples earlier of how many times the COVID-19 was said before it ever happened and what year it was going to happen. And then you're going to tell me it's a pandemic? Get over yourself. Okay? Go wake up, go look at some stuff and do some research of your own. And start looking and then pay attention. You know, you can just put in David Icke and then you can type in Agenda 21 and you can watch what he says on it. Okay? He's accurate. I didn't even learn it from David Icke. This is stuff I've known for a long time now and I didn't get it from Alex Jones neither. Okay? Just to let you know, no, I didn't. But David Icke did a really good speech on it, and he was correct about what he said.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Bill. John Loris is asking a very good question in whether Annika was really an agent.
I don't think Annika was. I think it was Monday that was. But by default, Annika was living with Monday, their boyfriend, girlfriend. By default, Monday was not to associate with me or Hoka, and she came on my show. So that compromised Monday's job. So
Right.
he was reassigned.
To answer his question, I don't know if she was an agent. I know that she worked with very influential circles of people. She's well educated. She's well spoken. She doesn't her words like I do. Um, it's obvious she's from a higher socioeconomic class than me. But does she have more insight into TFL than me?
No, she don't.
Not anymore. Well, because she hasn't lived it.
Well, I think
I'm not
Annika,
condemning, and hey, I'm not condemning her. I don't expect her to know
no,
more about TFL, but it did kind of rub me the wrong way how she came in with that example of,
the antidote.
guys going around on bicycles, cold
Yes.
approaching women. That is just such a statistical oddity. Like,
Yeah, that was retarded within itself. But see, I think Annika, because she was from Mensa, the top IQ society, I think
right.
Annika figured she was smarter than us because we were just guys and she could come in and pull the wool over our eyes. And it didn't work out for her that way. Okay, so, but I think with Monday, see, Monday was the guy that I knew was an employee of the establishment. He was one of the people I've been warning people about. They're all over YouTube. All over YouTube. That's no lie. Okay, and Annika was the girlfriend. Now she could have very well been working with the same entity that Monday, and she may not have been. And I really don't care if she was or wasn't. Personally, it was Monday that it was centered at. It's Monday that I was, but Annika just happened to be on my show, and that compromised Monday. What else can you say? Okay, and I seen the anger on Monday's face that first time she was on. You knew immediately that Monday did not want her on the show.
Oh wow.
Okay, and I seen Annika's facial expressions when I asked her what she thought of New World Order, and I would have given $1 million for the picture of her face because she was scared as crap. She did not want to talk about that topic. It wasn't because she thought we were a nut job either. That was true fear. Okay, so no.
Interesting.
Like you're about to expose someone, kind of fear.
Yes, that was true fear. There was no, it was so in my face. I was like, wow. Got her in a bad spot. Steve got her too, because Steve literally asked her a question, what does Monday do for a living? How many women that have a guy in their life and are living with the guy because they know him that well don't know what the guy they're with does for a living?
Like how many women don't know what their husbands do?
Yeah, the guy they're with. How many women don't know what the person they're with does for a living?
Probably half of them don't.
Well, then they would be idiots because most women always know what the person does for a living. Come on.
Yeah, I would say 10% of women.
I wouldn't say no 0.5%, because that'd be like your mom. That'd be like that would be like your mom don't know what your dad does for a living.
I can tell you 90% of women would have a rough idea. They would at least know the sector that their spouse is involved in.
Yeah, come on. If they're a plumber, they know their husband's a plumber. If they're a carpenter, if they're an electrician, if they're a politician. They can give a name of what their husband does for a living. Don't mean what they know exactly what work they're doing on their job.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I was just joking about that.
And in reality, when Steve Hoka asked Annika the question, what does Monday do for a living? Her answer was, I don't know.
Right.
Does her husband work for the government or something?
Well, when the answer is I don't know, and you're living with the guy and you've known him since 2008, okay, and you're talking 2019 and you've known him since about 2008, and they're your boyfriend and you're living with them in their home, you're sleeping with them at night, and you're going to tell me when the question's asked, what do they do for a living? You're going to say, I don't know.
Yeah.
That is a little odd.
Asking what we think of Blue Skies Media. I'm assuming the YouTuber.
I think Blue Skies Media at first, it was like he possibly could have been, but he's not. Blue Skies Media is just an angry young man who can't make a relationship work or let alone get a relationship, okay? He's very frustrated, very angry. Okay, that's who Blue Skies Media is. And he's not the most honest person in the book, neither. And he puts on his big, tough guy act on a regular basis.
Blue Skies Media. Okay.
Yes, on YouTube. Yes.
I see him.
So if you want to know
Yeah.
who Blue Skies Media is, that's who he is.
Yeah, he looks like a young kid.
Yeah, I see. He's talking about a young man who's very frustrated, very angry, okay, who's basically living TFL, going through the same thing so many people do. Okay, and of course he likes to put on his tough man show.
Right. But not to the same extent these guys like Stardust put on that strongman narrative and that deep voice and everything, and they're I could get laid anytime I want bullshit. At least Blue Skies doesn't put on that kind of a tough guy MGTOW type
Yeah.
narrative.
Well, I got a guy here saying that right here he says FA did what the simps do. They get a woman and they disappear. No, that's not true. He had the woman before he ever showed up on YouTube. That's not true at all. He had Danica. Danica was already with him when he first time he ever came up on YouTube speaking in the dating scene.
Are we
Monday
talking
was
about Blue Skies Media still?
no. I'm answering somebody's replying to a comment in my section here. Okay, the guy's wrong. Okay, it's just that simple. Blue Skies Media didn't have to worry about being a simp. He didn't disappear because of that. No. Obviously, he either wasn't in the chat when I said what I said a few minutes ago, or he blew it off. I know why Blue Skies Media or FA is not on YouTube no more. Because he got taken off assignment because of Annika being on my show. I can guarantee you that's what happened. That's why Annika's videos and his videos went down at the same time.
Yeah, I'm noticing like this is a repeating trend with all these MGTOW types and Manosphere channels getting ripped down with just out of the blue.
Yeah,
Getting
well, but
ripped down,
but
and
Monday
there's no
was,
accountability. Like
yeah.
Steve said, there's no
Well,
accountability
they
in the
don't.
Manosphere.
There's no accountability, and a lot of these guys, if they get somebody, they'll disappear. Other guys just get frustrated with it and disappear. Okay, and to each their own. If they want to disappear or whatever, I don't care about that. My thing with Monday though is I was on to Monday, and I knew that Monday was working for the system. Okay,
Right.
and the reason he was in the Manosphere was to keep the problem alive. At the same time, like Steve Holker and myself would be speaking the real truth, they're over there feeding the propaganda to keep the problem alive. That was their basic assignment, and they were to stay away from me and Steve Holker. I'll guarantee you Monday knew who we were before he ever came on scene. He knew who I was. He knew who Steve was. I'll guarantee he was briefed on who me and Steve are before he took the assignment. And he had to stay away from us. The only person that didn't have to stay away from somebody would have been somebody trying to infiltrate. And that was first.
Right.
And that's the reason he hated me so much, because he was told to stay away from me. It was about separating me and Steve. He gave his effort and he failed, okay?
I couldn't see you getting separated from Steve, and because both. I mean, you guys have been involved in this subject matter for over a decade, and you haven't strayed from TFL being the crux of the Manospherian issue, right?
I've never strayed from it. I've taken a break from it, and I did a lot
Yeah.
of NWO stuff. I did a lot of
What I'm saying,
research.
what I'm saying, Bill, is that these mainstream MGTOW type content producers, a lot of them, like Stardust, he started off making videos complaining about the dating scene even being a problem for men.
Yeah,
And they talk about, oh, you got to be more masculine. Oh, men got to get their balls back. And then all of a sudden they're acting like some life coach.
yeah.
And it's like you may have taken a break from it, but you didn't split the script.
No, and I wouldn't split the script because why? The truth is the truth. I've always understood the biggest problems in the dating scene, but I also knew it was socially engineered. I've tried to tell people for a long time now, okay, what they needed to do if they wanted to correct the dating scene, but nobody wants to do it. They want to go along with what their media told them. And as long as they
Unfortunately,
go along with the media told them,
right. Fortunately, when you speak the truth, though, it's not going to reflect well in terms of the numbers of people following you and whatnot. But for you, that's not what drives you.
my drive has always been the fact of I wanted what was right for everybody, and then I wanted to be able to stop what was going on in society, our root enemy.
Like if you can get through to 44 people who are watching this, and then we try to pass on this message to people within our circle or other streams or whatever. Even if we just pass it on to one other person, it's better than you being some high subscriber count MGTOW who's just sugarcoating everything or not giving the or, or just regurgitating
Oh,
crap.
regurgitating the same old stuff, Steve and I have been at this for a lot of years, and Mitchell's even been around for a long time. And speaking of Mitchell, hello,
Hey,
Mitchell.
right here.
Neil
How
Mitchell,
you doing? How you doing?
I'm
How's the
doing fine.
West Coast?
I hope you're doing good too.
Yeah, it's horrible because I can't even go to the beach to catch a sunset.
Apparently, they reopened the beach in Florida. Was it the Florida Panhandle or something? But I guess
Right.
they haven't improved the situation on the West Coast. Maybe it's because there's more cases or something. And I know there's apparently a lot of cases in Washington, from what we're being told. If you're going to go by
That's
that,
where it actually originally started.
right?
Believe it. I mean, that's when it first hit the states. But what they're afraid of is like you have all these little coastal towns here, like where I'm at, and they're afraid of people coming in droves and just buying up everything. But not only that, like buying up everything where they're going to, deplete the resources. Plus, if people get sick and we have more of an outbreak here, the hospitals will not be able to deal with as many people.
Right, right. Well, I guess some of them would have to go to Portland in Seattle.
Well, Portland's about 80 miles inland.
Right. Have you been to Portland recently, Mitchell?
Oh, plenty of times.
I've been
I
there.
haven't
I
been
was
there for
there.
a while, but I actually lived there back in the late 90s.
Oh, cool.
How can I explain it? It's a very liberal city, but if you want like your hardcore feminist, that's the place to go.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bud, what is Spokane, Washington like, if you don't mind me asking?
Spokane, a lot of your like Bible thumping type people.
Okay. Because the guy I follow on YouTube a lot, Lucas Warner, is actually from there. I don't know if you've seen him or heard of him.
No.
He's kind of more on the incel type,
Right.
without really being an incel, but he's 40 years old, but he has this obsession with girls between the ages of 18 and 26 due to scientific reasons.
But you know something? Even if I was a pretty boy at like 22 years old, I'm still probably wouldn't, be able to connect with a lot of these women.
Right.
And you know what? I really think so. I want to get our minds off this. I really think when it comes down to these women, I really think it's not a matter of like who's a feminist or any of this. It's just if you don't know anybody, it's hard to meet people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be true.
You really have to. I think a lot of our biggest mistakes and the reason why a lot of us are suffering, TFL or, this incel thing, which I think a lot of these incel things really don't look at it as intellectual as, let's say, the TFL.
Right. You can
There's
correct me if I'm wrong, Mitchell, but I think Spokane, I think there is that Bible thumping element, but I think there's also these sort of redneck types, but they're not like the ones who live around Steve. I think they're more anti-government. Would I be
right.
correct? Yeah.
Your type of rednecks that you're going to have here, or you're going to live in Humboldt County, California, which is in the redwoods. They're like the kind of people I'd be totally against, like racism or anti-Semitism. Like they're totally against that. But there was a side that they didn't really care for hippies too much, and the reason they didn't care for them was because they were seen as an economic threat.
Like
Why do they
almost
see them as an economic threat for?
these hippies who are the sons of the sons and daughters of conservative types in New Jersey or Canada or the
Right.
East Coast would be seen as maybe raising the value of the land, where these more sort of libertarian redneck types live. But the libertarian rednecks, they're very you were right, they tend to be very socially liberal themselves.
They're actually socially liberal, but the thing they had against the hippies was we had a lot of logging going on, like you're cutting down Douglas firs and redwoods. And, that's their livelihood. So if someone's coming in and they're, camping out or bivouacking out in these trees and building, these big tree forts and living up in the trees so they can't be cut down. And that's going to be a threat to them economically.
Now, wouldn't any of the law enforcement have given these people a hard time for sort of camping out in what would you call it if you're camping out in crown land or government property? It's crown land in Canada, but I guess government property of the US. What would that be considered?
Criminal trespass.
Right. Yeah,
But that's only a misdemeanor. But there have been other issues where there was like a backlash against the hippie lifestyle out there, and one of it was you have this group of people known as Earth Firsters that would destroy logging equipment, but worse than that, they would put spikes in trees. So when you would have people trying to cut down the trees, it would cause a chain to break, and you've had people seriously injured or even killed due to that.
Oh my God.
Which would happen real quick if you done something like that, because once that chain breaks, you're in deep crap.
So a lot of so that's what there was like a big backlash, against protecting the redwoods. And there was like a couple of lumber companies up there. There was one called Green Diamond, which used to be called Simpson Arcata Lumber. And basically what they did was they actually did selective cutting, but then there was another logging company that was called Pacific Lumber, but it was out of Texas. And they did, a lot of clear cutting, which was bad because it actually caused sediment to go into the rivers and cause, fish kills like salmons.
Oh wow.
No, but usually the type of redneck you're going to have out here is going to be more of your libertarian redneck rather than like the kind of redneck that Steve Hoka has in his area.
Right, the type in Steve Hoka's area, like Ohio, they're very conservative. Like they're very all around conservative, and they're not going to take kindly to strangers. That's for sure.
They're going to be very conservative. they're going to be very letter of the law. So if you're an eccentric stranger, they're not going to take kindly to you. And I had another guy who was, friends with Steve. I knew, and he actually went and took pictures of people in his area. Like, just went online and picked out pictures and showed me pictures of some of the people that you would see in their area, and they actually looked like they were like very dramatic, like people.
Right. Yeah, Steve mentioned that there's sort of these Germanic hillbillies that sort of dominate Ohio, and I didn't know that before Steve had discussed that with you, like the whole dynamic of these small towns.
They actually, believe it or not, like from what I from what I was able to see from Homestead Falls, like your average people, they actually look almost very preppy like.
In Olmsted Falls, eh? Wow.
Yeah. But they're actually going to look very preppy.
Interesting.
They're going to kind of have like a preppiness about them. You're definitely not going to see someone that's, dressed in a pair of ripped jeans, a tie-dye t-shirt, and a bandana.
Right, whereas that's the sort of the grunge look that you get on the West Coast. It's sort of
Right.
it's like different subcultures.
There's a new style with that crap too. They're selling brand new pants that have a tear in it with freaking threads through it.
And then you have to pay $2,000 or something for just because it was on the runway in New York Fashion Show.
But if I'm not saying it would be all be bad, but it looks like they're the kind of people that they'd probably be very guarded to anyone that was different, especially like, let's say if I'm up there and I have like a very heavy East Coast accent.
Right. Like if you were in Ohio or the West Coast, you mean around Steve's area, you think they'd be guarded?
Ohio.
Yeah, I sense that. Well, going through Ohio, I found the people to be very guarded.
They're Pennsylvania's like that too, like Western Pennsylvania.
Right, like around Pittsburgh and stuff, like around those I thought Western Pennsylvania was very blue collar because they had like the steel and everything.
Right. But if you're kind of like in the middle, kind of like near Amish country, they're going to be very guarded too.
Right. I guess they don't want people coming in and kind of disturbing their whole way of life, maybe. I don't
Right.
know.
What you have there is you have the Amish, you have the Mennonites, and you have the Pennsylvania Dutch, which it's kind of like the best way to describe it. You have your Hasidic Jews, you have your ultra Orthodox, and then you have like your Orthodox or ultra conservative. So
Interesting.
your ultra Orthodox would be your Amish. Your Hasidic would be your Amish, or ultra Orthodox would be your Mennonites, and then your
Right.
Orthodox to conservative would be the Pennsylvania Dutch. That's the best analogy I can give you to it.
That seems like a good analogy. I'm guessing the Pennsylvania Dutch, they're the most capitalist then, because from what I know, the more mainstream Orthodox, they tend to be more conservative and capitalist, while like the Hasidic are more sort of socialist in the ways that they're
Well,
more focused on their religion.
when you think about it, the Amish would actually be the most perfect form of communism that would be in existence.
Right.
Because everything is collective, the entire economy is collective. Everything is collective within the group.
Yes.
But the thing is, that's the only form of communism that works where everyone, has a very lofty existence. But here's the thing: when you're dealing with a communist like China or the old Soviet Union or North Korea, you're going to have more ego. But in a society like that, you don't have as much ego because these people are going to be more spiritual.
Right.
I thought though that Mitchell, that the Soviet Union banned all practice of like all these religions like Judaism, like a lot of
Everything.
Russia is Jewish, a lot of Russia is Muslim. It's not just a monoculture. It's a very it's I mean Russia, you could say it's white, but it's got a lot of different sort of religions and sub
Believe
There's a lot of Muslims down there.
yeah, like Chechnya and that kind of stuff. Like apparently, believe it or not, Mitchell, I was reading the other day, there was a group of like it was in Russia, Christians, I don't know if they were Catholics, um, Chechens, and I think um, Russian. I think they were Russian Jews. I'm not sure which denomination, but they were all kind of rebelling. They had been brought to the gulags by Stalin, and apparently a lot of them escaped by banding together. And I think some of the guards who were of their respective religion cooperated with them. And a lot of people, for a while, there was a big resistance, and the Soviets were losing a lot of ground apparently. But these stories didn't get out because of the sort of the Cold War at the time. You never heard of what was going on in the Soviet Union. So very interesting.
Stalin was actually more of a dictator, and
Yeah,
what
he had
really
psychosis too. He had psychological problems and paranoia, which I think was the root of a lot of the gulags. That's what we were told in history. I'm not sure.
what really amazes me is how come somebody didn't take them out. I mean, they still could have, democratized the country, or because believe it or not, communism was actually supposed to be a lot more like our democracy,
That's right.
where it was for the people, by the people.
That's right. In fact, some people even say with all these corporate bailouts, and right now what we have is something that's turning into like a corporate communism. Like I
Exactly.
said earlier, we've got socialism for the we have socialism for the elites now, and then you and me, we're stuck with this capitalism where we're never going to get up the ladder. I mean, it sounds depressing, but this relates to TFL. A lot of it's economic.
Capitalism, believe it or not, the reason why a lot of us are suffering TFL, that's like that's beyond us, is due to capitalism.
I totally agree,
That
Mitchell, and
that's
not a
your
lot of. I think a lot of MGTOW. I think the tendency for a lot of men is they want to feel like our life is in our control. So it's almost taboo to criticize the system.
That's correct. I'll give you an example. If I'm driving down the road, I do not have control if there's a malfunction in my car and it causes me to get into a car accident.
Yep. Or like in the I spent some time in British Columbia, and for example, on the Sea to Sky Highway, if there's a rock slide and you're driving by at the wrong time, you're toast. Or a mudslide if there's a lot of rain.
You have no control over that. We have no control over this virus. I mean, it's not our fault. If anything, it has to do with the Chinese government.
That's the official lie, Mitchell.
But this thing is terrible.
This thing is Agenda 21. Welcome to NWO.
I think well, the elite are using it very effectively as an excuse to bail out the top earners, the top companies, and screw the rest of the population. And we're going to be the first to feel the negative repercussions as TFL men, and as men with not a lot of economic clout. We're gonna suffer negative repercussions.
It ain't gonna never go back to the way it was before.
I can tell you this: the social distancing is going to last for a very long time.
Yeah, I suspect we're not going to see sporting events or concerts for a while.
But not only that, I guarantee you after this experience, women are going to be even more standoffish.
wouldn't doubt it. Yep. I mean, it seemed it was heading more that direction even before COVID-19. But I think you're absolutely right there, Mitchell.
I mean, they might. I mean, there's a chance, or there's also a chance things could actually go in reverse. I don't know.
Well, I can only tell you what I see and what I pretty much know is happening, and people are going to wake up the hard way. A lot of people will when they realize it is all NWO related. You know, it's as real as the flu is every year, and it's no deadlier than the flu. Never, Sorry, the numbers are padded. Sorry, they shut down
Well, I
society.
did something earlier, Bill.
What?
You know something? Like I said earlier, you have far more deaths every day from the opioid addiction, the
Well,
opioid crisis.
you got the problem. The problem is simple. This is no deadlier than any year's flu. There's no more people dying than any year's flu, but they're padding the numbers. They're lying to the public. Okay, and you can't escape it. I have tons and tons of evidence supporting what I'm saying, and if people want to turn their back to it, it's their privilege to turn their back and deny it, but it's not going to change their outcome a bit. It's only going to make them into a bunch of suckers at the end when they realize, oh shit, these people that were saying this shit were right and we were wrong. I mean, to actually believe in it's as bad as what they're reporting. I mean, I'm sorry. The fear pours through the roof, and people that ain't awake to don't understand what's going on believe the lie, and you're not going to get it through their heads. They're going to have the military boot up their yin yang before they get it. Okay. And some of them won't even understand it then. They'll be like, oh, I don't understand why this is happening. Okay, and it's in your face. This is NWO. They've told people about it for years. It is. The beginning of the show, I gave people four prime examples, or a little more. They can't even get around it. In 1981, there's a gentleman who wrote a book and told you about 2020 pandemic, okay? And the toilet paper run even. Sylvia Brown, your great psychic in 1994, dropped a book on the public and she told you about it. In 2012, they did an exercise in an arena where they had it set up like there was a pandemic, and they had the beds all 6 foot apart, and they had children in all the beds, and they did their dancing, they did their ritual. The image they've been showing you on mainstream media, the picture of COVID-19, okay, is the picture that was being used in 2012 when that happened. In 2013, a guy named Dr. Death, who sings rap, sung a song on a pandemic, and twice in the song he said COVID-19 2020. He said it twice. That come out in 2013. In 2017, old Tony Fauci over there, Fauci, he openly said it in video in a speech that he was giving on stage before hundreds of people before Trump was in office. A couple of weeks out before Trump took over, he gave this speech and he said that there was going to be a surprise outbreak in the Trump administration. So see, it's been said and said and said and said, just like the leaders telling you about NWO. And we can lead you to the water, but we cannot make you drink it, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's as simple as that. I mean, there's no way you're going to say this is legit when it was said all them times. Then, wow, it's 2020 and it just mysteriously happens. No, it don't mysteriously happen.
It was planned.
Exactly. People they don't understand. I mean, the reality is this. Just in the state I'm in, we got 1,500 restaurants that are never going to open again. At right now, and it's not even over. And I'm telling you, this has just begun. Nothing's going to be the same again. They're going to use this to their full advantage. And as long as they can keep the people food, they're going to keep going forward.
Yep.
You know, in TFL, well, you ain't got to worry about that much longer because in the NWO plan, there won't be genders together no more.
You
What, you
think they'll
think it was
separate
an
it?
act? Yeah, genders ain't going to be together anymore. They don't want you having family units. They want the genders separated and they want to control the birth.
Or they might try to do an ultimatum saying, like, you can go back out into society if you get fixed.
Well, they're going to tell you go back out. Well, you got to worry about that so much because it'll be illegal for you to get a girl pregnant. You're going to wind up in jail. If you didn't get your permission slip from your owner to have a baby, you better not be getting her pregnant because you're not supposed to be together anyhow. It's illegal to have relationships after they're done. Go watch the movie 1984.
I
It's a
saw that.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me make a note of that so I can watch it later. Okay.
One thing that I'm concerned about is what's going to happen with the homeless. Like, if there's social distancing, wouldn't that kind of make homeless shelters non-feasible?
yes,
I mean,
unfortunately, you know, the sad thing is understand this. Before any major wartime, the first thing they've taken out is communications. When they get ready to actually start rounding people up, it's going to be the handicapped, the disabled, the homeless, and of course the citizens, the people who speak out against the corruption.
right,
Okay, and if you think that the FEMA camps ain't real, you better wake up because they're as real as the car you're getting in and driving, or as real as the motorcycle you're jumping on. The
right.
FEMA camps are quite real, and they will be used. Okay, It's not about scare porn; it's about reality. They're bringing in 2021 right now under your nose. It's not under my nose. I just didn't think I'd be alive to see it. And now
Right.
I'm witnessing it playing out in my face.
Yeah.
You know,
What is that movie
there's
1984
no
about?
getting around that. The dating scene ain't coming back. You know, you watch
Probably not.
George Orwell's 1984, the movie, and you'll get an idea of what they want for today, the society when they're done. Then ask yourself after you watch that if you'd like to live like that, because your answer is going to be no. But they want that, and they're not lying. They put this stuff in our face for years. They've told us what they were going to do. They're doing it right now in your face, and people still don't want to recognize it. They want to go back to the original script, and they want to go back to this virus is bad. Okay, it's really nasty. No, it's not the virus that's nasty, it's the lie.
Now, would they arrest like a homeless person who's camped out on the side of the road, maybe like living in a tent on the side of the road in Oregon?
I don't know.
Over here, no.
Okay, so they're at least.
Actually,
And
believe it or not, they have a lot of advocacies for low income housing, homeless, and all that out here.
Well, I can see a lot more of that happening throughout this because the fact is this: your smaller business owner that was pushed out of business by this uh, pandemic, okay, they're not coming back, okay? This means these people have lost their income. This means a lot of them who had mortgages on property won't be able to pay that mortgage. There's going
right,
to be
or
a
rent.
lot
Yeah.
of homeless out of this.
Yep.
Yep. It's going to be a war, but I think it's going to be the people against the government. I think if they keep pushing this, I think it's just going to be catastrophic. And the only thing the government has is the artillery, but
Oh
they're going to
yeah.
wipe us all out.
Yeah, well, consular guy made a good statement because I know he's correct. It is part of NWO's agenda. He says, Bill, the elites are promoting the NWO the genderless agenda. That's correct. They don't want people together. The family unit's gone. You're not going to be able to hook up when this is said and done. It's just ain't gonna happen. You're gonna be breaking
Right.
laws, and and we're not there yet, but we're going there rapidly because it is their agenda. It's no accident. TFL isn't here by accident. None of this is accident. None of it's, and you're not going to turn it around. You have to first take out the root cause, and nobody's doing that. So as long as you leave the root cause in place, don't think you're going to fix it because they're not going to let it be fixed. It's sad because so many men have gone so many years without a woman in their life. I mean, Mitchell knows this, Dave knows this. You guys know what I'm talking about. But at the same time, for guys that's had a woman in their life, they also know what I'm talking about. It's very
Yep.
hard to have a woman in your life nowadays because it's very toxic. Your chances of having a successful relationship are very, very slim. You're going to be
You're
treated like dirt.
you're pretty much putting your head in the lion's mouth and hoping it doesn't bite down.
Basically, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
That's exactly a good analogy.
Yeah, that was from a YouTuber called Shield Wife. She's actually pretty cool.
But
She's actually for men's issues.
yeah, there are some good women out there. Okay, a lot of guys don't want to think there ain't, but there is. Okay, I mean, you got to realize this agenda was to divide the genders, and not every single woman or every single man is bad. But so many people have gone along with social engineering to the part of no return. We're so divided. It's not even funny. Okay, usury's off the charts because that's what we're all doing to each other. We're using one another and can't figure out why it's not working out. I've only told people the truth for years. That's all I've done. And I told you, if you want a successful relationship, it comes through meeting each other, dating to get to know each other, not dating to get your dick in a hole. Okay? And really taking the time to get to know each other, and this people don't want to do anymore. Okay?
Nope.
They just refuse to do that anymore. Now it's hook up. Don't matter if you don't know them, hook up.
And you also got I mean, I kind of wish we lived back in a time where social media didn't really exist
Yeah.
because it's like that damn phone or that damn laptop. I mean, because the currency for dating for women is attention because it ain't the same as us because we value sex, women value attention, and
Well,
they're getting it
don't
from
take
like
it
the
wrong. Don't take it wrong. Women value sex too. Okay?
Women get money just like we do.
Yes, they do.
yeah, but
The only
they can get
difference.
it easier than we can, so
That's
it's not as
yep.
valued.
That's it. The woman get it when they want it. They don't have to go without it. So it's not a big deal to them. That's the only difference. It's no big deal to them because they get it anytime they want it. The guy don't have that privilege,
Nope.
okay? As the woman does. So that's really the only difference in that area. But the major problem in the area of getting with a woman nowadays is because we're all so deluded and women are so self entitled. It's very, very toxic. Okay?
Have you
She believes you owe her everything, all of your time, all of your attention, and all of your stuff. I've had a woman tell me once before, well, if we get together, what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine. And I said, well, that's exactly why we'll never be getting together. She
You
wouldn't
know,
totally buy it.
another thing is that women don't suffer repercussions for their social conduct anywhere near the same extent that men do. In other words, if you're a man, you can't really thrive in this economy if you're eccentric or kind of off the wall. Whereas you'll find a lot of women who are not neurotypical will still be able to thrive. What do you
Oh,
They're
guys?
fine.
I'll
Yeah.
give you an example how hard it is for women. Okay, I'm not even divorced yet. She left this house just about a month ago. She's living with her dad back in Minnesota. So she's no longer with me in my house. She already has a boyfriend. Wasn't that hard?
No,
That's right. She already has a boyfriend. See how
I
quick
got a
that
one.
works?
I know. Hey, Bill. Have you ever heard? That is pretty. I would say I hate to use the word normal, but I mean I've seen that a lot with women. They get it, they break up, and then they end up with someone within a few days or even a week later.
Yes.
But and it's not even a matter of looks at all. But I was about to get to the question. Do you know about that woman named Whitney Waythor by any chance?
Don't think I've heard of her.
Well, like she's that humongous cheeseburger walrus that is on that show called My Big Fat Fabulous Life. Um, she should just change her name from Whitney Waythor to. Never mind. I'm not even going to do it. Not going to insult her. No, but she's a grotund, humongous woman, at least 400 pounds, and every episode I see her on, she has a new boyfriend.
Well, of course, because there's so many men that can't get a woman in their life that they're willing to settle for anything.
If you want to see toxic female behavior, then watch a few clips of that show, and you'll be like, "Damn, this is like nail on the head." Or, "Oh, her personality reminds me of my ex." Yep.
Uh-huh. So I mean,
She
but the
like
reality is
like
exact.
burning your
Yeah,
feathers.
the reality is exactly what it is. You're not going to bring the genders back together again as much as I would love to. Okay, it's just not going to happen because there's too many toxic women, and it's not that it's every one of them, but it's just too many. That ain't one of them. They're not going to let go of their power. Of course, they ain't going to keep their power when this is said and done. Okay. And to me, right now, worrying about the dating scene is like a lost cause because there's a lot of people that may not be alive in another 2 years from now or 3 years from now. Because if you think the population reduction that they want is a joke, you're the one that's a joke. Okay. And I'm not lying. You're the one that's going to be joked. These people ain't afraid to kill people. Believe me, they're not. And they're going to do it in droves and they're not going to care. And it's going to happen through many different means. Okay. As you can see it, it's coming. It's coming. It's not that far off. They're bringing in NWO right now under your nose. So you don't have long before this stuff starts happening really bad. A lot of people are going to wind up dead because they are getting ready to replay history again. And they've already started to bring it in, which means you don't got long left. And you know who I feel sorriest for is the children.
Yeah, because it's like now they don't even get a chance to live.
No, they're not going to get a chance to live. And what children do get a chance to live, what are they going to be living in?
Yep, it's just going to be like it's just going to be like a empty vast of the Twilight Zone, pretty much.
Yeah,
They're
I
not going
mean,
to experience anything new.
well, the government will be raising your kids. You won't be allowed to. You'll have to be wealthy. You'll have to be one of the upper echelon. Then you could have a real woman in your life.
Probably a new Hitler's Youth program.
Yeah, that'll be a privileged class of people. The rest of
Yeah.
you just won't be able to have a woman in your life. End of story.
Right.
But they will.
Like Steve said, it's almost become a status symbol just to be in a relationship with a woman. It's kind of bizarre.
Well, that's the way it is. I mean, you're going to be in a situation where when that day comes, which isn't far off, but when it's all said and done, you're not going to be able to date. The ones that'll be able to date will be your upper echelon, yeah, and that'll be a privilege they have specifically. They're not going to care about you. They're not going to care about me.
The thing is, like, going on to what Drunk Hulk has said. I mean, being in a relationship, being as a status thing. I mean, yeah. In fact, there's like that insult that's only directed at men. When someone would say, "Oh, he never got a girlfriend," or "He's never going to get a girlfriend," or something along those lines.
Oh yeah.
But we never, but that term is never used on women as far as getting a boyfriend goes.
Oh no, it's not gonna be. I got a question that popped up in my box here. Who's this from? Consular guy? Okay. Okay, so he says, what do I think? What do you have to say? Okay, city quells of the claim that MGTOW, TFL, and Incel are NWO psyops. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. TFL exposes the real truth, not the psyop, okay? The psyop would be people who make them kind of statements trying to let you believe that, okay?
Yep.
That's the psyop. That's the lie right there, making you believe that TFL and INSO and MGTOW are psyops of the New World Order. What a crock of crap. Anyhow,
Wow, that's
we have
laughable.
we have Mr. Hoka with us. Hello, Steve. How are you?
Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm not too bad.
Yeah, Bill, I was driving to go see my mom at the nursing home, and I'm listening to the mainstream talk radio. And it's you can't just blame it on the talk shows. These stupid callers, they really believe this corona thing is just. They keep framing it like the corona's a real thing. It's Bill. The narrative is so screwed up.
It is. They're going to keep selling this lie and selling the lie and selling the lie.
And Bill, I sometimes get caught up in the idea that the so-called normal people sound more professional because they try to act real wise. Like I mean, obviously I'm not on there to call in, but you always sometimes think the normal people have their shit together, but no, the normies don't have their shit together.
No, they don't.
Oh, I want to go with the flow.
That's basically the mentality is just go with the flow, believe whatever's fed to you. Don't go look into anything, guys. Forbid you. Don't look. Okay, just believe
Yeah.
whatever's fed to you and go right along with it.
Well, I
Bill,
did
you
say,
said you mentioned a song that said the word covert. Did they say covert 19 or COVID-19?
I think they said COVID-19.
Yeah,
Okay, and then
it
it said
obviously they
20, and it said 2020 right behind it in the song, and it said it twice. It was
yeah,
published.
Bill, it's really weird, but there's a documentary floating around on the internet right now about the CIA involved in Hollywood. And Bill, the only thing I would say about it is I think it's another one of these psyops where it's one too late, where they're finally admitting that the CIA all along has been involved in Hollywood.
Well, there you
And
go,
but
Steve. Your last answer is the exact truth.
yes, it is. But this was the criticism. The people who are criticizing it saying, well, no shit. Like they're using Hollywood. It's a Hollywood production, this video. It's something out of Hollywood. In other words, Hollywood is making a video about this thing. It seems like they want us to know the truth, but it's one too late for the average person now. I mean, it's almost they can pretty much tell on themselves what they're doing and it's too late.
If you pay attention, Steve, you know how correct you are. A
Yeah.
lot of these people that are employees of the establishment are telling so much truth now. I've never seen them this honest. And I believe what you're saying is correct. They
Mhm.
want us to know because it is too late. They already know you're not going to be able to turn it around.
No, like that they were saying that the guy that wrote the James Bond series, Ian Fleming, that's the CIA was all over that script. They were heavily involved in making all the James Bond movies, about a secret agent going around and working for MI6 or MI5. And it's like it's you could clearly see that if something's got 7 to 10 million views, that's very suspicious. It means that it's made for mass consumption.
Yes, it is. It's made for mass consumption. It's social engineering. It's in your face, and they're going to tell you the truth right in your face now, which is what they've been doing. That's why the dating scene isn't coming back. You can forget that. It's not going to come back, and they're not going to allow it to come back anyhow. They're bringing in what they're bringing in. I honestly don't think we have long before we start seeing major things take place and major deaths happening.
Bill, I hit the mute button on accident on my microphone. I wanted to say the dating scene, I think, is over. George Orwell predicted that orgasm would be again, there would be no sexual arousal at all in this new world. It would basically be a sexless society. It would be a very closed knit society. I think we are seeing the closing end and Bill, they've done a brilliant job at dividing the sexes.
Oh, yes, they
They
have.
have done a spectacular tactical job of dividing the sexes, and they were very patient when they did it too.
That's it. They've done a wonderful job. I mean, you got to applaud them for what they've done, even if you don't like it, because they've actually done it.
They got men addicted to porn. They made it. They divided the sexes by making men look like rapists, and they put women in the workforce, and they just continued with the propaganda, the divorce industry, the lawsuits. It was a long, long, very complex process that it seems to have played itself out pretty well.
Yeah, I think they're at the end of it now. They know that they've already
Yeah.
beaten us. They know we're all divided. They're ready to bring in what they're bringing in now, and they are. They're literally ready for it. And
I mean, the government just looks at men as just sheep, just being waited to be in the slaughter.
Exactly. We're cattle.
We're done. I mean, it's I mean, in it's almost like it was. There were times, Bill, when I was studying the New World Order many years ago, when I was in my early 20s, where I started to kind of give up. I thought, like, am I crazy for studying this? But no, it was well in the planning stages for 50 or since the end of World War II, probably before that. Obviously, it started before that, but all these world wars and all the changes of have really led to this. And the propaganda machine's amazing.
oh, the propaganda machine does wonderful. It
Mhm.
convinces people of lies, and people believe this deception, and they go right down the rabbit hole with their whole belief system being based on this deception. And it's a hard pill when you try to get people to see it because they don't want to see it because it goes against everything they've been taught and they believe.
I
Right.
think the New World Order actually started to gain ground right around the Spanish American War of around the 1898.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good time. That's a good demarcation because
Because that's when we
yeah,
started to have electrical power, communication.
yeah.
Uh, we're able to put cables across the ocean to
I mean, it was
communicate.
possible. A global conquest was possible without the advent of all this technology, but it was like it was harder to do because see, Britain still had to physically send ships over here. They had to have troops over here, and communication was slow. But now, oh my God, everything moves at the speed of light.
But then again, at a certain point, you're able to build transatlantic, communication cables.
Yeah, it's just it was a buildup. There's just more to it than just technology. It's the biggest technological advancement was not the physical technology. It was just the propaganda of being able to brainwash people. And people still are stupid. They're literally walking into the slaughterhouse. They're literally Bill walking into the slaughterhouse. Like that guy I heard on the radio this evening. It's just like a caller, dumbass. He's a very respectable citizen. Oh, we'll get through this COVID thing and this. These people are so stupid. None of them have any knowledge of the New World Order.
Unfortunately, you're right. So many people don't have knowledge of NWO and they haven't really paid attention. A lot of them through no fault of their own, okay?
Yeah, but Bill, they allowed themselves to become like this. I mean, Bill, you know what? We can feel sorry for them. Bill, I'm going to tell you something. They're going to if they when they commit this mass atrocity with liquidating the population, there are going to be a lot of innocent babies and children dying too.
That's who I feel the most sorry for, Steve.
Yeah,
Okay? And right now I'm actually feeling sorry for even the nursing homes because
yeah.
I'm looking at like what they're doing in my state and it's right up evil.
Well, Bill, I would like to see. I know the process. How do you think that they'll kill people in nursing homes? Do you think they'll give them a shot?
Well,
No,
I think
I think this is what's going to happen. I mean, it's probably going to be like how some of the corrections officers do in prison. They will, I've heard of. Have y'all ever heard of that guy named Larry Lofton?
No.
No.
One of the biggest jewel thieves in the country. Well, he was talking about how some CEOs will actually take elderly inmates that they didn't like, and they would like leave them out in the shower or something like that. And
I think that would be hard to do in all nursing homes. I mean, that would have to be. I think that they're just going to declare a state of emergency. You know what? Hurricane Katrina was a perfect example. They just let the nursing homes flood with water, and there was like drownings, and it was unbelievable. It was horrible.
yeah. Well, to answer Steve's question here for myself, I think they're going to push the mandatory vaccination shot towards the end of this. And
Yeah.
I think they're going to give it to people in nursing homes willingly. They're just going to give it to everybody in the nursing home, and
Yeah, I'm not
so.
gonna let And Bill, the weird thing about this is they every year they ask me, do you want to give your mom the flu shot? And I say no. Am I gonna have an option to say no this time?
I don't think when they finally come off with the vaccination shot through Mr. Gates and Tony there, okay,
Yeah.
I don't think people are going to be given a choice. I think it's
Mhm.
going to be you get the shot, or maybe we take you off to a nice little camp, FEMA, or maybe you're not allowed to buy anything. Maybe you're not allowed to get anything. Maybe you're not allowed in public because you're dangerous. It could go
Bill,
many
I
different
would like to
ways.
see at some point there's going to be riots. I can't imagine that people are going to acquiesce to this thing now. I mean, we're going to be going into summer in a couple months,
Well,
and
I think
like,
there's going to be riots. I mean, we've already
well,
got
Bill, I mean,
protests
like
happening.
it's gotta happen on a large scale. There's got to be a collective, organized or organization where people can't. Even the people in Michigan are just begging for their rights back. Why don't they just say "fuck you"? We're going to open the restaurants.
Well, we have a
I mean,
barber, Steve, in Louisiana who did just exactly what you're saying. You know what
yeah.
happened?
What?
The cops showed up and told him, go ahead, open your door. They were waiting on him when he came to open his shop. And they said,
Yeah.
open your door and take business. But for every customer that comes through your door, they're going to be fined $5,000. And at the end, we're
Yeah.
going to take your business license away and you're going to be fined.
Yeah, well, Bill, that's why you need. That's why they say there's safety in numbers. It's going to have to
Exactly.
be done collective. Bill. I mean, it's like, and then
many
and
people
this
are
isn't.
conditioned to follow the rules, even if the rules are effed up.
Yeah,
Well,
but Bill, I mean, Bill, if we can't let people know this is a conspiracy, that they're never going to believe it because they're still clinging on. There's a guy who calls himself Canadian prepper, and I'm on the fence with this guy. He's a black guy teaching prepping, which is very suspicious because most black guys are not into prepping and all that outdoorsy shit. Okay. Well, he's got a channel and he spends most of his time doing fear porn. What the apocalypse, don't trust women, don't trust men. It's fear porn. And then he did this latest video, which I saw today, which makes me think he's a psyop. He did a video where he's telling basically everybody that this is tough, but the coronavirus is the real deal. And
it's a psyop.
yeah, well, I mean, I can't. You're better at picking. You spend more time like going channel to channel, but it's his name is Canadian Prepper, and I notice he does a lot of fear porn. And what he's basically saying in most of his videos is that you can't trust women, you can't trust this group. So you're basically, and he of course he's got Hollywood style effects on his videos, very professional. He spends a lot of time with this channel, 363,000 subscribers. It's making me wonder if this guy is working for somebody because he seems to be promoting so much fear porn. After watching about 4 of his videos today, I was so depressed. I thought maybe it makes you want to just jump off a bridge. I mean, it makes you, and it's very effective because it's basically he's telling you that there's no hope out of this, that you're basically fucked, that everyone's going to be out there trying to kill you for your food. Women are not going to be trusted, which I agree to some degree that you will have some crazy women out there, but I don't think that I think people might come together in a situation like that. You never know.
Well, I think we're going to have a percentage of people that will come together. And
Yeah,
then, of course, we're going to have a percentage that won't, that just refuse to.
yeah.
But I do think that what you're going to see is a lot of rioting because I think once stuff gets really bad, what I'm really hoping don't
The
happen.
food is going to be the breaking point when people don't have food, and single guys that are TFL, and maybe if you have a house or you live out maybe with a relative, you're maybe more insulated from it. But if you live in a Ryan home development and you've got a wife and three kids, or a husband and wife, three kids, two kids even, you are not going to be in a good position at all.
No,
And
No,
so,
here's the thing: people are not going to, go out and protest if they have a lot to lose.
well, they're going to have nothing to lose. My fear is that if I really think
Comfort is
that
their
people,
prison.
what?
Comfort is their prison.
Yeah, well, it's they don't have comfort anymore though. That the comfort's ending. Their comfort is ending. Their 401ks are going to be eaten up. My savings, I haven't made a run on the bank yet, but I know that there's probably stipulations saying you can't pull your money out. And if they go to a cashless society, it makes no difference anyways because they're going to just um, demand the cash, or you don't get to keep. You lose your money. So I mean, what we're seeing is, and this is what David Icke said: know the end result. If you know the end, the means by which to get there. All this stuff that these 3 hour briefings that President Trump is doing is just window dressings. This is just to kill time. They are pushing this every day. They're
it
pushing it
is.
further. This is just window dressings. We already know the outcome, Bill.
Well, we do. There's a FEMA document that was released that said
Yeah,
that the exercise was canceled, but I don't think it was.
right.
Montygraph actually shared it, okay?
Yeah,
And now this FEMA document calls for there's another military exercise drill called something blackout, okay? And it was a war game exercise that was scheduled for May of this year, right in the middle of what's going on now.
right.
Now, of course, I hope that it's wrong and they don't go through with it and do it. I got the document, the PDF file on it, was looking through it, but
Yeah.
what it calls for is a military strategy war game using Russia as taking down the power grid in America.
Oh, so
Oh,
they're
excuse
gonna.
me, one real quick. I got to run because I had something come up. So I will talk to you next week.
Okay, Mitchell.
Bill, you realize they have nothing to lose. These elites already have
Listen,
their
you all
own
have a
power.
good night.
Yep.
They
Okay.
already have their own power
You,
grid, so it doesn't make a difference.
Oh, that's
So
it.
yeah,
That's
Bill.
exactly it. They can drop underneath ground. They've already got it all set up. It's not going to affect them a dang bit. Okay.
Yeah,
And if the power grid goes down in this country, I hate to say it, but you haven't thought about it. Here's the reality. If the
yeah,
power grid was to go down, you won't have water pumping to your sinks. You won't have
yeah,
electricity. Okay. And the worst case scenario out of course, you got to figure no electricity, the truckers won't be running, which means food's not going to get to your stores.
yeah.
But that ain't even the worst. The worst is we have 250 nuclear plants in this country that could go into meltdown.
Sewage is going to back up in houses.
Exactly, Steve.
Now I have a septic system and I have a sump area that gets like fresh groundwater coming up from. So I have a little insulation from that, but I can't say for many people that's a consolation because I still need the pump to pump it out of the house, but then it floods the basement.
Yeah.
But the long story to make a long story short, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Without the water, you're not going to have anything to pump the water up into the. I know what you're saying. They'll go for a complete power outage of the grid, and of course they'll be blaming it on some other bullshit. There's no level to which these stupid American people will fall for this shit.
Yes.
They're
Well, off the grid's in the chat, and he says that, well, they have backup generators. Yes, they
does no
do.
not. Yeah, but they're going to selectively they will choose what things they turn when anytime you have to go on to backup generators. Listen, if they're going to shut the grid down, you're fucked. I mean, that's a major, you know.
That's major, okay? And you're not going to be talking about enough backup generators on major things, okay? That's going to help you any out of this situation. It will cause so much devastation, it won't even be funny.
Well, already it's happening now. The hospitals, you cannot get into the hospitals. So inevitably, what's happening with the hospitals, since you can't see a doctor, there's going to be a lot of people dying just from not being able to go to the doctor.
Well, that was the other thing that was in this exercise that was supposedly canceled. It was supposed to start in the middle of May, and it was going to be a 2-year exercise, okay? And the medical system would collapse within that time.
Oh, you mean they would purposely do that?
Yes,
Bill, this is fucking diabolical.
it is.
It is. It's diabolical. It is so evil. And this fucking American public is just sitting back. I mean, Bill, we've got to have people in the military that know what the fuck is going on. Bill, I can't believe these generals and these colonels and all these people can't fucking, not one can go public about this.
I think your upper
They
echelon of the
can't,
military.
they got a gun to their head, pretty much.
Yeah.
I've been
Oh
in
God, I
myself.
wouldn't care. Why would I care if listen, you know what? What are they got a gun to their head. So you're going to sell out the whole human race so that you can suck oxygen?
Some of these people will. I think your upper echelon of your generals and stuff like that are all in bed with this.
Right, I think so too. And these stupid soldiers, they won't last long. As soon as they're injured, they'll just be useless dupes. They'll just fucking throw them to the side.
Yeah, we're headed into some real nasty times, that's for sure.
I think
You know, you see radically, Bill, that we won't make it through summer without us being really confined down bad. I mean, we already are, but I mean, you think you don't think they're going to release any tension on
They
this?
might, if enough people cause enough attention that they know what they're doing and they know what's going on, then
Yeah.
they might. But we're going to have enough people to cause enough tension in the right spots in order to even slow it down.
Bill, you would think by now people would have gone to the internet and looked for alternative information. I don't
Well,
know
there
how
is
many
more and more people, I think, through this that's going to wake up because even and just in the state I'm in, we got 1,500 restaurants that'll never reopen again. 3 of them
Well,
being in
don't
my
say,
town.
Bill, you don't know that unless somebody nips this in the bud quick, which I think they
Right,
could still
yes.
do.
But at this point, there's 1,500 restaurants that's closed and the owners have closed up shop completely. They're never reopening again. And
Yeah.
that's only in this one state, so I can imagine how many nationwide that's going to be. And we're not even thinking about, we're just talking about restaurants. What about barber shops? What about hair salons? What about bars? What about, you know,
Yeah.
I think you're going to see so many jobs that'll never come back again.
Well, Bill, in even the NFL and all the major league sports teams, okay, realistically, Bill, this is a major coup. And I'll tell you why it is because these are multi-billion-dollar businesses. And when you got a shadow government able to shut down these multi-billion-dollar businesses like the NFL and the NHL and the NBA, and they can Major League Baseball, they can shut down NASCAR. That is fucking with a lot of money.
It is,
I
you're
mean,
correct. And the forecast on this when it begun was that every single business would be closed down. I mean, everyone, right? Now
yeah,
think about it. If the power grid went down, all the factories and stuff that's still running, your food plants and shit, gone.
yeah.
They would all be shut
So
down.
I got something else to tell you. The unemployment, and I was told this. They normally the state of Ohio asks you to list two people you've contacted. They're no longer asking that when you collect your check. So in other words, they're giving you the money, and you don't even have to. It almost like is haunting because it's basically saying that okay, normally when you'd fill out the form electronically, you'd have to list two people you contacted that week before they would send you your check just to say that you're looking for work. They're
Yes.
not doing that anymore. They're just saying, "Were you able to work?" And boom, and that is that. Why wouldn't they assume that you're looking for work? Could they be telling you that we assume that there isn't going to be any work?
I think that's exactly what they're telling you. They know with the shutdown, there ain't going to be any jobs to be found hardly.
Right. Exactly.
And so they've
That's
done that deliberately. I think you're going to see this get a whole lot worse before it even gets better.
right.
I see them doing a show on us right now because, the outgraft they gave for reopening the states and allowing the governors to decide what they're going to reopen in their state, I think is going to be a ruse to give false hope.
Yeah.
Right.
They're giving a lot of false hope, but this fucking local WTAM 1100, which is a 50,000-watt station, there's nobody on board that can really wants to push the conspiracy end of this. They are just, this Mike Trevisano, he is such an asshole. And you listen to these big mouth, these shock jocks. They're just. I listen to this guy. I don't. I stopped listening to WTAM because the local radio stations are getting a lot of cynical people dissenting, but they can only go so far because as soon as they start getting into conspiracies, they cut them off and say, "Well, I don't agree with that. Yeah, yeah, I don't agree with that." And the question I'm asking is, Bill, do you think deep down inside these radio talk show hosts locally do agree with it, but they've got orders to not go? They go to their meetings and they're told not to say this or that.
These radio shows they've got a switch on all of them. And the government don't like if they're not following what they're told to do,
Yeah.
they'll shut them down. I mean, they'll go off air right in the middle of nowhere. Okay, and then of course there'll be big fines and jail time for the people that were involved in.
Oh, Bill, it's got to be. And you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Everybody sells out for money, Bill. You and I have a moral compass, and we cannot relate to majority of the people. Majority of the people, their attitude is, "I got kids." The typical person thinks, "I got a family to feed. I don't have time." When people say, "Well, I'm got to sell out the human race. I got a family to feed." In other words, fuck every other family, just your family. I mean, that's a fucking psychopathic mentality to have on an individual level.
It
That's
is.
the mainstream mentality, Steve. For
This
It is.
narcissism has just been spread like a disease for many years, and
Narcissism,
I don't
this
think
individual narcissism, this I love my children but fuck everybody else. That mentality has been that didn't exist 50 years ago. That's a typical modern, but that mentality has probably been at least 30, 40 years. I
and
mean,
that's
it's the
part of the
mindset.
cause of TFL. That's part of looking at single men as creeps, right? If there's a family out at the park, they're gonna look at the single guy as like as some
Right.
you get out like
Well,
molester or
get a load
something.
of this. Even families that run into other families don't they don't see the other families as valuable. They're just convenient acquaintances. They beat when push comes to shove, like these yuppies that live in these Ryan home developments, they're not really friends. They're just acquaintances,
right.
really.
Like if they go to a music recital, they're not gonna give a shit what the other kids do
Kids
there.
doing
It's about
Yeah,
all
they're
about
not
their
gonna
own
let
kids.
there and say, "Hey, your Caitlin's really good at the piano," or whatever. They're only caring about their own fucking kids and their own interests. So
And keeping up with the Joneses,
even
keeping
these
up
married
appearances.
even these
Oh,
married people with kids. Now, if you lived in a farming community, that might be different because now you're communicating with a much larger group of people. But the idea, oh no, I mean most of this was long. I mean, we did it to ourselves, the separation of the human condition. It's more than just TFL. Even people who are married with kids are living a phony life too.
right. I think it's
Yeah.
important not to get TFLers hopes up because
Yeah.
counselor guy is saying here, and it ties into that. If you have kids younger than 16, you'll qualify for most things. If resources become scarce, childless TFL men will be told to fuck off. That's what counselor guy said here. And unfortunately, I think that's very realistic outlook.
Well, it will be. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're screwed. But I have one thing I can fall on, and that's being a veteran because I can still
Right.
get veterans care if I need it. But that's about the last thing I can hold on to is being a veteran. Now,
Oh wow.
the Veterans Administration has over because of this new Iraq war that happened 16 years ago, they expanded benefits. So they are actually helping the soldiers out much better than they were in the past.
Well, that's good.
but I don't know how long that's going to last. They could pull the
Oh,
plug on that too.
oh, it can dissolve the whole program.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right now,
Wow.
veterans are treated good. And I even said to the lady, I says, when I got out in 94, the guy on the phone, as I asked him, he goes, you're pretty much, once you get out of the service, you're pretty much done with benefits. I'm like, that didn't suck. But now, no, they give you benefits. They give you minimal benefits. You have some access to the medical system. However, that could change again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think so much is going to happen. I hope to God they don't carry on with this exercise they claim they were canceling.
Hmm.
Because if they do, we're going to be in a lot of deep trouble. A lot of deep trouble real quick.
Bill, you know what I thought about Bill Gates? I don't think he ever was that talented. I think he stole every fucking thing he had.
He
And he
bought fucking, I guess he bought Microsoft. Okay. He bought the DOS programmer Microsoft for $50,000.
Right. Bill, he had people behind him. He didn't do this himself. That's bullshit.
I know his mother. Part of why he became so influential and wealthy is partly due to his mother worked at a university near Seattle or something.
She was like a head of the United Way in
Yeah,
Seattle, and his dad
I-
was a big eugenics promoter.
right. Alex Dashboard talked about that. He had some great videos that exposed these quote unquote self-made billionaires.
He did. I wish Alex would have kept some of that stuff up because Alex had some good stuff in his early year when he did stuff in 2017. By the way,
Oh, great.
Bill, I was able to get Monty Graff's live stream recorded today.
Oh, that's cool. Did you look at his one from last night?
Yes, that was a good one. That was an excellent one. I listened to it today, but I kind of I what I did was I screen captured his live stream today, and I got the whole thing, so I can send you a link to it if you want.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
I just it's where it is, and I think Monty's probably pretty correct. That exercise drill is liable to happen because there's signs of it even being in place right now.
yeah,
And I hope it don't go to the extremes he's talking about. But if it did, it wouldn't surprise me neither.
right.
But you got to realize that if it does go to them extremes, man, we got a lot of nuclear plants in this state, is that in this country that's
Yeah.
going to make a lot of mayhem.
Bill, we have two nuclear power plants on Lake Erie. One of them is 60 miles from me to the east, and one is about 90 miles, 95 to the west. So I'm screwed either way. I got two big power plants there. But Bill, that's for the New World Order to blow up, though. That's a very. I don't think they would go that far.
No,
That would.
I sort of agree with you because I was thinking about here's the two things that would go against that. Okay,
Yeah, it would
first off,
poison a whole.
they're standing up all of these towers for the big G, you know what?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you waste all that money and labor to do something like this when the towers would be destroyed?
Hmm.
Okay, so that's something I look at that, and I look at the fact that if they was to do that this soon into it, I just don't think that that's all going to play out. I don't know how much of it'll play out, but I don't want to see some of the major stuff they're saying play out. But if it does, it does.
Yeah. Boy, those cooling towers are huge.
Oh,
Those
yes, they are, ain't they?
Do you guys have one near you in Iowa?
Yep, sure do. I even got one of them nice little plants, a nuclear plant, 11 miles from where I'm at.
Oh my God, that close?
Yes.
Same here. Yeah, in the Toronto area, we have one 11 miles from us, and then
So
the
I guess that's the most efficient way to generate electricity.
Well,
yeah.
I was funny. This is funny because we were looking it up last night, right? And I found only one power plant in the United States that's not nuclear. Guess where that would be? I know right where it's at. I can drive to it. It's run by coal. It's in
Well,
Colorado.
no, that's not true, Bill. We have one too, CEI, that has a coal power plant.
Well,
on Lake
that's good if
Erie.
you do because it didn't show up on the list I was looking at,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Oh no, no, we have a coal power plant right on the Lake Erie. It's called it's CEI, and they have giant boilers. They take coal, and they just and they use coal to generate the generators,
Well, there you go. I mean,
the boilers.
that right there is a whole lot safer than the rest. The one by me isn't, and you got a 50-mile radius. And I found it funny that Colorado, the one that they got right there is coal because Colorado's the NWO state. That's where your leader of your country is going to be based out of. Right out of
Right.
Denver, Colorado, when this is all said and done.
Yeah, yep, that's true. That's unbelievable. I don't know why they picked Denver. Do you know why?
I have no idea outside of maybe the airport right there with the underground tunnels.
Probably because it's in the mountains.
Yeah, Mile High
Yeah,
City. Colorado
yeah.
is the Mile High City, so
You really think they have huge tunnels under that airport?
oh yes they do. That's factual.
Hmm.
Okay,
And
that
how
they
deep do
do.
they go? Alex Jones says that they used a nuclear powered device to melt the rock or something. And I don't know how they would do that, but I guess he said they had some devices that literally could melt through a rock.
They have a machine. I've actually saw it because I was looking into that. It's gigantic and it is nuclear powered and it does melt the rock. And as the
Ooh.
machine goes, it actually bores the entire, and it's big enough that they can actually drive a semi through these tunnels.
Well, these tunnels are going to be much bigger than for living purposes. They're going to be probably elaborate, won't they?
Oh, they're big, they're huge. Okay, there's no
So
doubt
how
about
how
that.
how how long do you think that things would be? Do you really think these elites can pull this off and survive this? Do you think they'll go back to ruling then, or
I think they could. I think they could pull it off and survive it from underground in these tunnels. And I think they plan on doing just that when it's all said and done.
and they'll just laugh at it? They'll probably watch all the mayhem on a big screen TV.
Oh yeah, they'll be able to watch everything that's going up here, and they'll let all the mayhem play out up here, and they'll let everything happen. And the people up here, they don't care about us.
Mhm.
They're going to take who they want down there, and when it's all said and done, they're going to come back up and be right in position just to take right back over.
Oh man, I don't know, Bill. I mean, how long do you think of a time frame were we looking at where we see like people actual dying? Like we know now, see right now, most people don't know anybody that's dying like at mass number. When do you think people will start to notice people disappearing and things aren't good? When do you think this year? You think people will
I
start to
don't
see
think
the
we'll see it this year. Of course, I could be wrong. I don't think this year.
yeah,
Okay. I think we're looking anywhere between 3 to 5 years from now.
yeah,
Everything's going to be over. I mean, and
yeah,
Trump actually told on himself because
yeah.
Trump really, I mean, he said these words. His words was, when I leave office in 5 years from now.
Hmm.
Now think about it. The election hasn't happened, and he's
Well,
already
right.
saying these words.
Well, he's saying that because he's telling you he's going to win the election.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they're placed to begin with, okay?
Yeah.
So since they're placed to begin with, of course that makes
But that
sense.
but here's the deception with that. He may not technically be the president in 5 years. He might be the last president this year. you know?
Well, you know what? You're correct once again.
Yeah.
It could very well be that way. And hello, Hayden. How are you?
Hey guys, hey Bill, how you doing?
I'll let Hayden talk now.
Well, hey Bill, I got your messages from yesterday after the Monty Graph stream that I was listening in on with you. I never left that stream. My phone actually died on me, and when I charged it back up, I got a call from my parents, so I forgot to get back in contact with you. So I apologize for that.
Hey, that's all right. I figured
No,
you'd show up when you're able.
yeah, but I've been listening to about the past 10 or 15 minutes of the stream. I checked in earlier in the comments section. I'm actually at my parents' house right now, and I spent a little bit of time with them. So I'll be staying the night here. Uh, I think, Bill, I mean, I saw two brand spanking new 5G towers being installed down the road up the street from where my parents live on the way over here, and it's happening. I mean, it's happening
What
right
do these
before our
5G
face.
towers look like?
Well, I know for a fact that they come in various shapes and forms because I don't think they want to make it so obvious to the public. But the ones that are located around my part of town are tall, skinny, and they're white.
Wow.
Um,
You know,
What
I've got
makes them
Texas is
like so
another.
unique? Like, what do they do?
I have pictures of
What's
them. I
making
can
them a
send them.
worry?
I can send them to you, Steve. I've got pictures of what they look like.
Wow.
What does the 5G do?
Yeah, like what do these towers do? Like what's making them dangerous to us, so to speak?
Well, as far as the 5G towers themselves go, according to what most sources say, um, as far as the specifics as to how the frequencies and the EMFs within the 5G itself, scientifically down to a detailed level, I wouldn't be able to give you that answer. All I know is that the amount of radiation, the amount of electromagnetic frequency that comes from those types of
They
towers.
can literally take the oxygen out of your blood.
Oh shoot! I didn't even know they could make a device like that.
Well, human beings' bodies are already electric, and you're talking about shooting frequencies, electricity into a human body that would disrupt your system.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Bill were talking about that the other day. When you have toxic chemicals in your body, metals like mercury, formaldehyde, cyanide, aluminum, and that interacts with the radiation and the electromagnetic frequencies that comes from these towers, it'll cause a lot of problems: severe arthritis, organ problems, heart attacks, aneurysms, spasms, brain cancers, brain tumors, nervous system breakdown. I mean, just complete physical degeneration on all
But
levels.
you know, the only problem with that is that if these things happen so quickly, there would have to be people dropping dead like crazy.
Well, I think they're trying to be careful about that because I think they realize if too many people drop dead at one time, because let's say they zero in on one person, and let's say there's 3 or 4 other people too close to that person, they drop off 4 of them, right? And they don't want to draw that type of suspicion to themselves, so I think they're trying to be very careful to how they use it at first.
Yeah. It's just like
I guarantee it's some night.
yeah.
They probably got some little smart alecky little fucker 19-year-old kid climbing that tower. These fucking dumb worker bees. These fucking worker bees are pieces of shit. They're just, I'm just following orders.
I got a guy here who's trying to say, well, just put aluminum foil on your windows, aluminum on your windows. That ain't gonna protect you.
That's not gonna do anything.
They took the first off, they took the lead paint away from your house, so you have no protection. That aluminum foil ain't gonna do nothing for you.
Plus, Bill, you have window space in your house, and the windows don't protect you from the thing. So even if you had lead paint, that wouldn't make a difference because you still got windows.
Exactly. You'd have to have freaking 6, 8 coats of lead paint on your house, and you'd have to have lead shields over your windows.
Right.
Without that, you ain't got no protection. So aluminum foil ain't gonna do nothing for you. Just make a fancy what? Ain't gonna happen.
Like make your house look like a meth house.
Yeah, okay, maybe it'll do that.
Bill, do you think Bill, do you think Bill Gates will take the vaccine?
Oh hell no, he ain't about to put that shit in his body.
Yeah.
These elites won't be taking the shot. That'll be for us, the cattle.
Yeah.
Waiting for the slaughter.
Yeah. I wonder what ultimately the goal is. Once they kill off and they get their 500 million population, how are they going to control the population? Are they going to keep them more manageable?
I think they'll be a lot more manageable, and I think that you're going to have a situation, like I said, you think TFL's bad now? Oh no, it'll be worldwide TFL then.
No, I don't think it would even be TFL, but like I wonder how the incels would react because, the site, I can actually send it to you later. The incels are actually celebrating COVID-19 because they're now saying that so-called normies and attractive people can't hook up now because of it.
Well, that's true, but it's not a consolation. That doesn't mean that all listen, I think all undesirable people, even the normies, are going to be eliminated in this thing.
Yeah,
No,
there's a
no,
really good chance
incels
of
were
that.
celebrating because they were basically, it was like a revenge thing, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're going to care once they get their numbers where it's at. Relationships won't be allowed. And you're going to have permission freaking to even have a baby. I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't, it's going to be a lot like 1984.
I would say, and stay away from anybody in the conspiracy or in the alternative media that promotes the idea that COVID-19 is the real deal. That Canadian prepper guy, which I think he's a fraud. I don't think he's a black guy teaching prepping. Something seems very suspicious about the channel. It doesn't seem right. That's a kind of a hillbilly white boy thing to be doing. And then he's teaching. He's using Hollywood graphic style editing to do fear mongering with, basically that once this happens, you're screwed. But the last video he did today really set off. If he's out there talking about the apocalypse, but he's telling everybody COVID-19 is the real deal, is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of his video titles seem very alarmist. There's something off with that channel, Steve.
Yeah,
You
well,
bring
like
up
I
a
said,
good
I
point.
don't think this
Generally,
bothers a lot of people for me to say black guys generally don't teach prepping. That sounds like something out of a Hollywood movie. He uses Hollywood graphics, which is fine. I know some people do professional videos, but he does a lot of fear mongering, and that fucking is irritating. I do think Monty Graff is the real deal. I don't think he's phony. I think Monty Graff is telling the truth. He doesn't. He's very. I know he comes across as kind of a hillbilly, but he's very sharp. I think Monty Graff is effective. This other guy, this prepper guy, that's from Canada, I don't think he's the real deal at all. And I think he's fear mongering, but yet he supports the government shutdown, which I find very suspicious.
do you think Alex on life is legitimate, or do you think he gets very wrapped up in ethnic stock, and he's very
Well,
conspiratorial?
I'm
But
going to
what
tell
do you
you
think
right
he's
now. I mean,
legitimate?
I think he's legitimate. He doesn't have a. I stay away when I see YouTube content producers. They got 500,000 subscribers. They use
Right.
Hollywood effects. They have a lot of time to edit video, and then they use fear mongering, but they support the status quo. I like the talking head videos are the best videos. I'd rather see and somebody's rattling something in the background, it's driving me nuts. Uh, so I would be suspicious of Canadian Prepper, but Bill, I would let you critique his videos first.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at them because I haven't looked at them myself.
I'll take a look at him later. But I already found his channel.
Yeah, and he does a lot of fear mongering with the women issue. He's saying that basically in an apocalyptic situation that women are not going to be trusted, but then you will be able to trust them, but then you won't be able to trust them, and then there's going to be women setting you up for failure. And I thought, I don't think fucking women have time to dream up a plan. They're so desperate for food and shelter, they're not going to be dreaming up a plan of how to fuck you over. It's not like marrying a rich billionaire. You know what I'm saying?
No,
If a
women are going
woman
to be in
was
a
starved,
lot of trouble.
well, here's the thing. He's trying to insinuate is that women are still going to be able to be calculating and how they're going to use guys for their prepping stuff. And I thought, okay, well, first of all, if women are starving, they're going to hook up to who they can. But it isn't like they've got a big posse they're with, and there's a spy there. It's he's doing what these fucking script writers do in Hollywood all the time. they play out these scenarios. They play on fear. Oh, you're going to go to prison and get gang raped. Which I know dozens of people that have been to prison, maybe hundreds of people. If you want to talk about the students I've had, and I've never met any guy that tells me, "Oh, you're going to get beat up and gang raped." It's all Hollywood, and it's all fear mongering. And I don't think you're helping people doing a prepping channel when you're fear mongering that every woman you meet is going to be some fucking bitch that's going to cut your throat. I think women could be a pain in the ass. I think what women would bring is drama to the situation, but I don't think they would be conspiring.
Or like be a danger in that manner.
They could be a danger, but in more of a liability danger than anything. He's feeding off these primal fears that the manosphere has. And I'm not saying they couldn't happen. I'm not denying it, but his big fucking his big thing that really threw me off today was his latest video. Was he's basically promoting COVID-19 as the real deal, and he's saying we got to follow orders.
Yeah, right. It's the real lie, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course he was going to be promoting that. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that believe it is the real deal when it's not. Okay, I mean, but they got people scared out of their wits, especially the people that ain't awake. People like that are just freaking completely scared out of their wits about this. And and how do you get it? The medical system right now, when you go around the United States and you go to hot spots, you can't find no traffic at the hospital that's supposedly overrun.
Bill, I'm going to call the insurance company this week, and I'm going to tell them that they can give me any reason why I should keep my health insurance. I'm not spending $320 a month on health insurance because I've been doing that right now because I was between jobs at one time. I can't see spending $300 a month on health insurance for something that they're not going to deliver when I need it.
Oh my God, that is a lot of money you're spending.
No
Yeah.
shit, this is America. What do you fucking expect? You Canadians get it for free.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I'm not saying that's bad. I can get it through the VA. I have, I don't. My income isn't high that I have to worry about that. But Hell with the Dashboard Light had said something years ago, or even the last year or two. You're better off not making a lot of money. If you're a single guy and you don't have a woman in your life, you have no incentive to make a lot of money. Why bother? Why fucking bother? You might as well just make below the poverty level, and then you can get free medical care.
Yeah, that's a good point. Would that include like if you have a root canal or something? I guess that you'd
No, no.
for that.
See, we don't have dental insurance. Is a totally different thing, and it doesn't pay shit. The most dental insurance will pay is $1,500 a year and cost, and you so if you don't really get much bargain on dental care. Dental care is one of those things where you just pay out of your own pocket.
It's the same here with dental too and prescriptions as well.
Yeah.
You can
Um,
get dental insurance, but it's very expensive.
Well,
yeah,
it's like you can get it for $300-400 a year, but it's only going to max out at 1,500. So you're not getting like if you pay health insurance out of your pocket for $4,000 a year, you might have $1 million claim at some point, but it doesn't work that way with dental. So dental does not pay. Um, I don't know. I'll tell you something. There's so many fucking things I'm worried about, and that's another thing. Dental care. What are you going to do about it if you need a root canal during this time?
I worry about that with the way I haven't been perfect with caring for my teeth. I can see some pretty deep holes in them. Yeah, I'll get pain that comes on for a few hours, then it'll subside and it'll be perfect for weeks. I'm trying to be very, very mindful of how I take care of my teeth now. When I was younger, like my early 20s, I wasn't as optimal as I should have been. And I worry about that too, Steve, because we're not covered for dental in Canada either. Believe it or not, like used to have jobs where they would pay dental, give you dental jobs, but it's not like that anymore.
Oh, can you figure out why everybody today has such perfect fucking teeth today? How come you see all these people with perfect fucking teeth? Like, where do they have good teeth, or are those caps, or what?
Good question. That people have said that I have very good teeth, and I don't know how I got them because
Right, but I'm
well,
saying like yeah.
yeah. My mother had pretty bad. Well, she had to get braces in her adult years. But no, I know what you mean, Steve. One dentist told me that the last time I was at a dentist years ago, she told me, "Oh, no wonder your teeth are so good. You guys have fluoridated water in Toronto."
Oh God.
What?
Oh,
I
hey,
I had
Steve.
braces. I had braces when I was like 16.
Yeah, braces is what basically does it for most people. I mean, I've got good
Also,
teeth,
yeah,
but I got my teeth from braces, and
right.
most people I went to school with growing up, they had braces. So,
Yeah,
um,
that does it.
and when I say that, I mean like at least 80 to 90% of people I grew up with in school had braces. So that's probably why you're seeing so many young people with good teeth. It's
Well, you
not
can get
natural.
people you can get veneers too. You can get veneers
Yeah,
and
What's
I
the
even
name?
have yeah, I've still got a metal bar bridging my bottom teeth to this day that I've had for 15 years.
why do you need a metal bar there?
Well, it's not it's a form of brace enhancement that goes on the back of the bottom teeth, and
Mm,
I've just left it there for all these years. I should probably go get it taken out because I don't know if it's causing health problems. It probably is. I wouldn't be surprised, but I've just left it there for years, and it's made my teeth, I mean, it's about as good as they can get, but there's probably consequences that go with it.
yeah.
I actually had a metal thing that was like on the roof of my mouth. I used to have to take like a little paper clip or something like that, and I would have to like dial it, basically turn the dial down, and what it
Yeah,
would do, it would help widen my jaw.
yeah,
I don't know what kind of device they had, but no, I had the similar thing that what you were talking about.
yeah. It's basically just a straight bar that bridges right up against the teeth. It's not like braces where it's got, a bar with the square and divided off in sections. But, with the technology they have in dental offices today, um, I mean, they can basically make anybody's teeth perfect, but it's not natural. It's all enhanced.
Yeah.
I don't even think going to the dentist is a wise thing, even for tooth cleaning, because something tells me that to have a dentist sitting there and just spraying your teeth that long with all that concentrated water, yeah, it might clean out all the plaque and all the gingivitis and, help clean it up a little bit. But I mean, you're sitting there blasting the fuck out of your teeth. That's certainly going to cause some tooth decay, in my opinion. I mean, I don't see how sitting there and just blasting
Yeah, it's
somebody's
sort
teeth
of
with high
similar.
pressure water stream would be beneficial in a long term sense, because it seems like you sit there, you do it long enough, you're going to cause teeth decay. And they
Yeah,
probably
Hayden,
want that. That's probably a conspiracy.
it's sort of comparable to how if you see old buildings in the old area of the city that built during Victorian times, during the late 1800s, you'll notice a lot of the bricks have holes in them, little holes, because they used to sandblast them as to clean
Mm,
them, believe it or not. So
wow.
that's could be foreshadowing for the dental industry, and we
Yeah.
maybe we haven't seen, you're right, we haven't seen the consequences of
No.
this standard dental practice. 30 years from now we might be looking back at it like how people used to practice lobotomies. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Bill and I
Maybe
were,
not that extreme, but you get the point.
yeah, Bill and I were covering that Masonic Agendas paper. And one of the phrases in that paper, they mentioned, when their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. And obviously, they were referring to mercury filling in the
Ooh, and
teeth.
Oh
I
yeah, my
have some
dad has those fillings. Mercury.
I have
I
one
have
in my upper tooth. Yeah.
Oh my
and,
god.
and yeah, that's David, I talked about a woman who had constant problems with thinking, or she had some issues. He said that she got her mercury fillings out, and he said it was the difference between night and day. Can you imagine
Oh
going your
man.
whole life? Yeah, he told that story. It was he talked about the mercury fillings, how dangerous they are.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, have you had the chance, Steve, to read that Masonic Agenda Global Elites Manual?
Where did you get? Where'd you get it?
Um, I got it. If you go on Google and you just type in the Secret Covenant, the Elites Manual for Global Enslavement verbatim, it will be the first thing that pops up in the search bar.
Okay, and you
And
read
it's
it.
basically a 5-page paper that goes through a large list of what the elite's plans are for enslaving the world. And
Mm.
I kid you not, bullet point by bullet point, everything has either already been fulfilled or going to. I mean, it's all truth. And Bill can vouch for me when I say that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very disturbing paper to read, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it sends shivers down my spine when I read some of the points that they make and how clear they make it.
That was
Yeah.
very factual. It's nothing anybody can get it really wrong either because they made it very clear.
No. And I think before it's all said and done, we're going to see every single prophecy that they wrote down in that manual come to pass when this is all said and done. And that's what scares me the most. People eating each other, people bathing in their own blood.
Well, eating, that doesn't sound hard to believe they would eat each other because
No.
if you got no food, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
I mean, the best thing to do would be to drink your own urine, but at a certain point, that's not going to be enough.
You really think it'll get that bad?
I mean, that's what I would do if I was starving because urine has a lot of
Well, how do you think
protein
they're
in
going to
it.
do it? Are they going to take the seeds out of the stores? Have they done that yet?
Well, the seeds in the stores are all Monsanto's for one, so it won't do you any good health-wise, and I don't think they're going to let you. Now, I've heard, I haven't went to look, and I really should go look. I've heard that they've already taken the seeds from the stores.
They have.
Ooh, I don't think that's happened yet. No, I don't think that's happened.
I haven't went and looked, so I can't
They have in
confirm it.
some places around here.
That would be scary if they did.
I mean, they could completely just shut the.
Well, we're gonna know. I mean, if these fucking jackasses, if WTAM, if we're fucking in lockdown in another month, these assholes on the local radio station, I'm gonna fucking call up and say, who's your fucking handlers? Because you know these local radio talk show hosts, you know goddamn well they're being fed a script. They're being told,
Right.
oh, we can't talk about that. We can't talk about that. I'm so sick of this narrative being controlled.
Well, I know our governor canceled school for the rest of the season, and so I said hopefully they'd be able to reopen the schools in late August.
Bill, I don't think there's going to be school in the fall. I don't think there is.
No, I agree with you. I'm just telling you what has happened here.
Broke. They're going for broke. They're going for broke. There isn't going to be school in the fall. No fucking way. Because they can't allow people to socialize. That would be awful. People might start talking. People might start saying in the classroom, I think this COVID-19 is bullshit. Okay.
Right.
They can't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill, I wouldn't be surprised if the internet is shut down this summer. I think there's gonna be an internet blackout by this summer. I want to get two-way radio walkie-talkies or something, even if they got like a 2-mile range. They have some sort of communication where you can communicate a mile away or something. Fuck, you're gonna need something because they're gonna. I mean, you're gonna need point-to-point communication. We're not gonna be able to have the phone system.
Yeah.
Well, you could get a lot of these preppers could be promoting like satellite internet. I know Alexandra used that for his place in Homestead in Colorado.
Well, they can shut that down too. They can put a block on who can traffic that. I don't know how they would do that. I don't know if they can. I heard there was a guy. I've heard many times said that they really can't shut the internet down per se, but they can shut down servers, which is the same thing. You know,
it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, Steve, because I think if they were to shut down the internet, here in the fall, that means that they're going to already have martial law standards set up and full drive, because if people have their internet shut off, when all of their access to entertainment sources cut off, like TV, computer, Netflix, and YouTube, I mean, quite naturally, most people are going to step outside of their house and see that everybody's doing fine. Nobody's coming down with this COVID bullshit. And, you know, they can't retreat back to internet because it's all shut down. They're probably going to start protesting, and they don't want that,
Yeah.
the elites. But I don't know. You could be right. I have no clue how this is going to play out.
Your parents have no fucking clue what's going on. Do you try to just say, "Mom, it's a conspiracy"? I mean, I'm
Yes,
not afraid of. Do you actually say this to your parents? Do you ever talk to them?
I
Or you,
literally was on a various with my mother yesterday, telling her this is all a hoax, mother. They're pushing for a cashless society. They're pushing for martial law, and they just don't buy it.
oh, they don't buy it. Their pastor told them otherwise.
Sorry, Steve, your mic's breaking up a little bit.
Oh,
Something's
they're
wrong with the audio.
oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that your mom doesn't believe it.
It's got to be rough, you know. He's trying so hard to wake his parents up to get them to look, and they just don't want to look.
Yeah, that's
No,
bad.
they don't.
Well,
I've given
I have
up.
I have my two brothers have they think that Trump is the good guy, and they think that he's just the Democrats are trying to control the you know, the trying to, you know, it's like it's much more involved than the Democrat versus Republican. This is why family members, you cannot educate them overnight on this stuff, because a lot of people there this I was talking to this mail carrier that I ran into when I was going shopping, and he told me, and I've heard this. There's a conspiracy floating around that Trump is going to put the pedophiles behind bars, and he's going to lock them up, and basically they're trying to stop him from doing it, or some. I mean, it's some bullshit like this. I mean, the closest thing you can get to people believing in a conspiracy is that Trump's the good guy. You know, that he's being railroaded. You know, are people fucking like children?
Well,
Yeah.
Bill, you know, I told you about how I sent that music video from 2013, that pandemic song. I sent
Yeah.
that video to both of my parents, told them, listen from a minute 8 to a minute 10, the wording. And you know what my father told me?
Oh, what's
He
that?
said, you know, son, sometimes artists will go back into the music and they'll switch the file and they'll switch the lyrics on the song and they'll take a part out and put a part in
Well,
and
what
then
did he
put
say
it
in the
back
song?
together.
Oh my
How did you
God.
run across that? How did you run across that song?
I came across a Russian Vids video, and he had that music video posted in that video. So I went to it from there and listened to it, and sure enough, from a minute 8 to a minute 10, it says 2020 coronavirus body stacking. And that was a music video from 2013.
Oh, so he said 2020 coronavirus.
Yes.
And you don't think
Yes.
that they? Wow, and you. Oh my God, these people they're probably in bed with Satanism as well. You know, I wouldn't doubt Mark Pastio's right that this might be a cult. This might be a form of Satanism too.
Steve, I was surprised to hear that your brothers they're real pro-Trump, or they think Trump is the good guy, at least in
They're
this.
doing.
Is it true?
They're pro-Trump because I was pro-Trump. I voted for Trump, but I did it with a grain of salt. I didn't think Trump would be this fucking sold out. I mean,
Well, because the
everybody in my
alternative
family
was so shitty. Well, because the alternative, you know, the Hillary Clinton is just a
we all voted for Trump because we didn't want Hillary in office. I
Right.
didn't want her in office, but to educate people on what's going on. Not everybody in your family is going to be educated on like the FEMA camps and the plan, because who keeps flubbing with their microphone? It's driving me nuts. Is that
I think that's drunk host
Sorry, that might be
microphone.
me.
Drunk Hulk? Oh, is that you or Drunk Hulk?
That's not
Somebody's
me.
flubbing their. It's driving me
No.
nuts. Just
Anyways, I was gonna, yeah, because I thought you said your dad was aware,
oh,
was,
my dad, if my dad was alive, he would be, he would agree with this, but my dad hasn't been alive in 18 years. So I
oh,
can't listen. Listen, I don't fault relatives. I have a relative who works for one of the most prestigious hospitals in the country that services the foreign diplomats, or this person used to work there, but they're going along with Corona too, like it's a real thing. And you cannot get through to these people because the party line is that there's this disease going on and it's called Corona and it's serious, and you can't really, and then you get the Trump supporters. They think it's a conspiracy against Trump. Oh, Trump's the good guy. He's the good guy. It's a conspiracy against Trump. No, Trump's going along with this,
Oh, he is. He is. He's totally gone along with it, And I was thinking about that very thing, and I said earlier in the show, how is it in 1981 a guy
Yeah,
writes a book and just happens to put Corona and
right.
pandemic in 2020 in a toilet paper run, and then in
Right.
'94 Sylvia Brown comes up and pretty much writes the exact same thing, and then we have
Right.
the 2012 event that took place in Arena where they actually showed the very same thing we've been showing you on TV, the picture of the coronavirus, okay? And it was in an arena that was filled full of beds that were all 6 foot apart, and they had children in all the beds, and they were dancing, and it was all satanic, okay? And then
Yeah.
here comes 2013, the music video Hayden's talking about. And then here comes 2017, and old Tony's up there telling everybody about a surprise pandemic in the Trump administration. I mean, how much more do you have to
Hey,
have in your
hey,
face?
I have a question. What is the name of that song that you heard where they said coronavirus? What's it called?
It's called Pandemic by Dr. Creep.
Pandemic by Dr. Creep. Do you think that
Yes,
they?
sir.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yep. They also talk about 5G in there too, burning up people's skin, giving people a burning sensation in their skin.
Yeah.
So it's very,
Wow.
very disturbing. And I don't think
Listen,
my father, I
everybody
don't,
in my family supported Trump. Okay, we all did. Okay, we all thought he was the answer, but now it's time for him to fucking put his money where his mouth is. You know?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Trump, I'm sure, he's not there by accident.
No.
So, no, I don't see it happening. Most people ain't going to.
Right.
I just think we're in a whole lot of trouble, and unless we get enough fight back, we're not going to be able to stop it. And I just don't see no way of stopping it at this point. I really don't. But, we go day by day. We have to wait and see how this comes out. But I'm telling you, man, when we get into June and July, people are still locked down in their houses. There's going to be a lot of angry people. And these governors can spread it on and on and on. I mean, even the governor here in Iowa, oh, well, we got 100 blah, blah, blah new cases that tested positive. This ain't going nowhere. This is just gonna keep right on going.
Right.
I don't know what new numbers they're reporting in your Steve state because now the governors are gonna be saying it.
Mm-hmm.
But it hasn't slowed down where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not all talk at once here, guys.
Sorry, there's a damn spider in my bedroom. Trying to pick that fucker up and get him in the backyard.
So this Dr. Creep, what kind of music does he write?
He's a underground hip hop artist. Pretty
Well,
sure
how
he's a
do you
black guy
feel-
by the sound of his voice, but
how do you think he would have learned about the coronavirus?
I'm willing to bet that he's an employee of the establishment, probably a part of the Masons, and was given this information ahead of time.
Wow.
I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to.
Yeah.
He also has another song that I also found the other day titled 2032. And I have to go and really do some research, listen to the lyrics of that song, and take some notes to see what he's talking about. Because if he's right on this prediction, there's a good shot that he's right about the predictions that he writes about in that 2032 song as well.
That song was from 2013.
Yeah, the song from 2013 is the song that he talked about 2020 coronavirus. And he has another
Wow.
song titled 2032, which I'm guessing that implies that some nasty shit's going to go down in the year 2032. But I'll have to go back through that song and listen to the lyrics to see what he actually talks about. Because that would be some very interesting information.
Yeah, because that could give you a light on how far they might go this time.
Right.
Yeah, this stuff doesn't make any sense. Everything that's coming out of Trump's mouth, these briefings, these 3-hour briefings, it's just window dressings.
It is. It's like a big Hollywood show, isn't it?
Yep. They're doing a fantastic job. That you'll hear that every time you hear him talk, they're doing a fantastic job. He's trying to make it look like, oh, these people are such professionals. Oh, they're doing a fantastic job. Dreams and things of loving. Shit anymore.
You know, there's a guy here on YouTube who's recorded several really good videos, videotaping the outside of the Queens Medical Center. That's supposedly supposed to be the epicenter of the coronavirus pandemic. And as he walks down the street around this medical facility, it looks like a ghost town. Hardly anybody's coming in, hardly anybody's going out.
Yeah.
And he's not like just sitting there spectating. He's actually walking up to ambulance personnel, asking them, "Hey, where's all the corona patients?" He's walking up to paramedics.
We've been talking. Is that Mark Goodman, right?
No, it's not Mark Goodman. It's another guy. He's a smaller YouTuber, maybe 3K subscribers.
Oh.
I'll look it up. I have it in my search history, and I'll give you the exact name. But
Yeah.
very good stuff. Very interesting. Yeah, this is all bullshit, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They've completely conned everybody. They've trolled.
Like, wouldn't we have family members or relatives who've contracted it by now? This is so bizarre.
Exactly. I mean, what are we up to now? We're up to like 600,000 supposed cases, right? 600, 700,000, and still nobody knows anybody with the virus. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
And if the virus could actually spread on surfaces, then we all would have gotten it by now. Because think of package delivery, mail delivery, all that. Like, I'm not buying that it survives on surfaces for 7 days. They flip the facts all the time. You hear new facts about it every day.
You gotta accept that it's a fucking lie. You have to accept that it's mostly a fucking lie. And I don't think people have the ability to step outside the box because they trust everything and they don't understand that. And David Icke said it best when he says that people judge their moral compass by their own. They don't believe that people could be that fucking evil. But yes, there are people that evil. Hillary Clinton is considered one of the most fucking evil women out there. And people have written books about her. She is totally diabolical.
She's diabolical.
She is. She's diabolical. She totally probably could sit in a room with someone being tortured and she wouldn't blink an eye.
Yeah. Same with George Bush. Looks like a handsome classic family man on the outside, but on the inside, he's satanic to the bone. So, all of these guys up in these top positions are, none of them, no exceptions. Tom Brady, LeBron James, all these star athletes.
Apparently, George Bush is not from Texas or something. Apparently, he's from
No, he's from Maine. He's from Maine,
Yeah.
I think.
like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant stock, very wealthy
Yeah.
Northeast coast person, like very proper, sort of. And the accent was just sort of a ploy to
Yeah,
populist.
exactly. The accent's fake. I think the accent's fake. It is not. It's just to make him look like he's
Right.
from Texas. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna go look up that video real quick so I can find out what that YouTuber's name is who does those street videos.
Yeah, that's Alex on Life guy gets very into the weeds. He thinks there's some conspiracy, some race mixing conspiracy. He's sort of straight from the TFL type subject matter. Another thing is he doesn't reveal his age.
Oh,
So
I
I
know
wonder
how
if-
old. I know how old he is. He's not that. I think he was born in '62.
Yeah, he looks about that. Yeah.
Born in he's early '60s. He's about. You know what? I'll tell you what. He's not that. He's not that old. He's not terribly old, but yeah, he's about. He's born in, I think, '62 or '63.
I wonder if he is trying to inadvertently meet a woman or something through his channel. Like maybe that's why he won't reveal his true age. If he's
I
still
don't know,
got a
but
bit of.
but he's a typical Eastern European guy from Canada, and a lot of those guys are TFL.
Oh yeah. Well, women
Okay,
don't generally like. They a lot of these Eastern European guys, they're very assertive, and they're
Yeah.
very independent, much independent thinkers.
They are,
and
yeah. If you lived in an Eastern European country, at least I don't know, but that's true now. Did you guys ever remember about 2016? There was a Romanian American guy. He obviously spoke Romanian because he's able to go over there. He was living in Romania, I think, and he was complaining about the women there. In this, he had like about 30, 40. He had a MGTOW nervous breakdown. But I've got a few of his videos. I'll repost him. But this guy used to do these videos, and he would sit in a room. He had and he would like talk about like all these different women in Romania that were just like playing they were like basically even women his age were being real like stuck up and everything. And I guess in Eastern Europe, the TFL thing's catching on pretty big too. So Bill, you're right. This thing's global.
Oh yes, it definitely is. Hold on here.
So, see,
I
I
guess
just
there's a
found
long
it.
pause there, building
That-
No,
That
I
you-
accidentally had my mic muted.
Hey, Steve, that YouTuber's name is Life is a Dream, and it's called Elmhurst Hospital. That's the name of the hospital in Queens, Elmhurst. And
Right.
he's
Yeah.
got-
Okay. Life is a dream. He's doing, but he's not doing. He's going to the same hospitals that Mark or Jason Goodman is. He's
Yeah,
I know
I
what you're
think
saying.
so.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Somebody said, I guess all the crisis actors are on lunch break. That's why it looks like a ghost town.
Well, it's all. I mean, look at these globalists have succeeded in shutting down the city of fucking New York. What does this tell you? If they can shut down New York, I mean, New York is one of the most. It's a city that never sleeps. It's like LA. It's like Las Vegas. It never sleeps there. You know.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Here in Texas, they've already.
I'd see political dissidents being arrested in this thing too. I think they're going to go after Bernie Sanders. You know, Bernie Sanders supporters are hugely pissed off at him. He went ahead and supported Biden. There's a guy named Graham Elwood. His name is Graham Elwood. He's a political blogger on YouTube, and he is pissed. He's like, man, he goes, the Democrats, Bernie Sanders decided to support Joe Biden. He goes, is he crazy? He goes, we put our lives and souls into the Bernie Sanders campaign all for this shit.
That very supposedly far left socialist uh, politician from New York, what's her name, Alexandra Ocasio Cortez. Apparently, she also backed Biden, or she backed a bill or something, and a lot of people are pissed at her too. Like there was another blogger. Well, he has a show on YouTube, Jimmy Dore. He's very pissed off at this whole thing. He's saying that that the Democrat Party is basically, it's a pile of shit. You're wasting your time even getting
Oh, it's a
involved
piece of
in.
shit. The Democratic Party is a total piece of shit.
He says the only hope is
They're
the Third Party. He says that's the only hope.
they were. I liked them better when they were tax spent. The reason I don't like the liberals now in the Democratic is they're all in the beds with corporate America. They're not a corporate. They're never going to tax the rich. They're never going to fucking make the rich pay their fair share. And the rich don't fucking pay. They don't fucking pay shit.
There
They
was that
are.
progressive guy from Ohio. I think he ran in the 2004 election. What was his name? Big name. Dennis Kucinich.
Yeah, he was a fraud. Bill Greathouse and I have deduced one thing. These people like Ron Paul and Dennis Kucinich never accomplished anything. He was a career politician. Dennis Kucinich and Ron Paul were always placed there, and they would always pair them up and say, look at these two guys. They're not establishment. Yeah, Dennis Kucinich never did shit. The agenda continues. Dennis Kucinich was the one who supported at the very last minute. Okay, Dennis Kucinich did not want to support Obamacare because there was one stipulation in the law. It was called the single payer system, and he went ahead and supported it toward the end, anyways.
Oh wow.
Yeah, a lot of people were very disgusted with them. What happened was Kucinich was the breaking boat in that Obamacare, and Kucinich said, unless you promise a single payer system like what they have in Canada, where you get rid of all the insurance companies and it's a single payer, like in other words, one entity pays the patient, like the government. He goes, I don't support it. Well, he took this 45-minute plane ride from Cleveland, or from Washington to Cleveland, and they says, what did they show him in that? He changed in that 45 minutes, so they think he might have been blackmailed on that plane. It's a rumor, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Right, and also to save face within their own party. I think there's a lot of appeasement within, like if they, it's human nature, is if they know they can get a cushy seat in their party, they'd almost prefer that to becoming the leader and going against the grain and getting the backlash and everything. Like it's almost safer for them to just toe the party line, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it is. Bill, why don't you say some more? I guess you're just listening, right?
I was just listening, being quiet, let you guys talk, and I was looking up the songs that Hayden were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I bookmarked them both so I can listen to tomorrow. I got the one with him's 2032.
Did you? Yeah, that's interesting.
It's called Dr. Creep. It's called
Pandemic.
It's
from the same artist. 2032 is another song. I only briefly listened to it, so I didn't get a chance to catch all the lyrics, but I'll have to go back through.
Yeah, it's like it's like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, take some notes and see what he has to say, because I mean, we might be looking at that 12 years from now saying, God damn, he was right on a lot of that shit.
Although the picture they got for the video is creepy as hell.
Yeah, it is. Fucking multi-vortex tornadoes.
Yes.
Destroying the city, and that's geoengineering in your face.
How do you feel that way?
That scares the fuck out of me. I mean, three tornadoes in 1,000-yard, range span, tearing the city apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Does HAARP have the technology to push tornadoes?
Yes, they can actually stop and create tornadoes.
Bill, I'm willing to bet, and this is a long shot because this goes deep down the rabbit hole, and I can't prove this, but I'm willing to bet tornadoes did not even fucking exist before 1925 when the tri-state tornado took place. I'm willing to bet that was military operations all the way.
Yeah, because you don't hear about tornadoes in the 1800s.
Yeah, and you know what else, Steve, is I was talking about this a few weeks ago with Bill too, is don't you notice that these big tornadoes, like these massive F4 and F5s, they never seem to hit downtown big cities. They always seem to hit just outside or in rural areas where the death
Yeah.
toll would never take place. You know, you'd think with all of these tornadoes, especially in Tornado Alley, right up the middle, you'd think at least one or two of these big F4, F5s would strike down smack dab in the middle of a downtown big city area, but they never do. And that makes me wonder, maybe these are systematically created in rural areas as experimentation, weather
Well, that's
manipulation
true too. My
experimentation.
there was one, but I there in 1950 or 52, my mom in Cleveland, downtown Cleveland, there was a tornado because it knocked this big brick chimney off. And because my mom was the school that she went to right next door, the brick. So there was tornadoes, obviously in the fifth. I mean, well, obviously in the Wizard of Oz, you saw the tornado in that movie, but that's just a movie.
Right.
But but I mean, a tornado. You think they're man-made? I don't know. I don't know if we had the technology back then to do something like
Well, I
that.
don't
No,
know
I
this,
found a
but I know
painting
they.
from the early
Yeah.
1800s of a tornado.
Okay,
That was
I'm
full.
on the
Really?
fence. I don't know if they're. I believe that
I don't know.
the
Yeah.
harp they can change weather. I don't know the history of tornadoes. You have
Well,
to
I've seen some
look it up.
footage. I've
Right.
Yeah.
They may have occurred naturally, but maybe not to the same extent as these harp influenced ones.
Yeah, like the Moore tornado. And
Yeah, well, I've seen stuff on this already, looking into it, and they do have the technology to create a hurricane and steer it right to where they want it. They can
Yeah.
create tornadoes and they can stop a tornado dead in its tracks. And you have to wonder why they would just not stop a tornado like when it hit Moore. Why wouldn't you stop that tornado and save lives and save the infrastructure? But they don't.
yeah, Bill,
So
and
I
another
believe
thing,
it's
yeah,
probably part of weather warfare.
Right.
I mean,
I
that,
sorry. Go ahead, Hayden.
sorry, I was just, that's why I say, I don't know. I mean, it's such a a far stretched idea to think that all of these tornadoes we see are completely man made. It just seems like it would be something that's just Mother Nature, but you just don't know.
You we're talking about this stuff like with 5G all coinciding with this COVID thing having been rolled out. Yeah, I'll use the term rollout because I have no proof of whether it's real or not. But anyways, like a month before this happened, the entire area, the whole province where I lived, we all got amber alerts. Like I was woken up at 3 a.m. that apparently there was an accident at the nearest nuclear power plant. It's kind of weird, like timing wise, that it would have been right before COVID.
Oh, so you got an Amber Alert on your mobile
And
phone?
then, yeah, and then they tried to they went and they said, oh no, that amber alert wasn't supposed to have been sent out.
Oh yeah, right.
So,
Like they made an accident, huh?
Yeah, it's not. It was. I tried to look for it on my phone to read what it said, and it's not here now. It's like they
wow.
disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I've only gotten one Amber Alert on my phone my entire life, and it was around the same time. I remember I was in college down in San Angelo, Texas, got an Amber Alert at 3 in the morning, roughly 2:33 in the morning. That fucker went off. It almost gave me a heart attack because those Amber Alerts are some of the most loud sounding alerts you get on your phone. And I looked it up and it said car theft in Houston, Texas. And I'm like, okay, why the fuck am I getting this?
Right.
I'm 6 hours away from Houston, Texas, and I'm getting an Amber Alert for it. What the fuck?
Right. It's just weird. Like why they, and then they would say, "Oh no, ignore that alert. It wasn't supposed to have been sent out." Like I'm pretty sure they these things can't be sent out by accident. Like I don't. I think they're covering up for something that happened at the plant.
I wouldn't be surprised if they wasn't covering something up because they don't just accidentally send out Amber Alerts.
Yeah, that's it's just really bizarre.
No, sometimes I think, going back to that Amber Alert, I mean, I still, to this day, remember very vividly how quickly I woke up whenever that alert went off on my phone because it was extremely loud and a
Yeah.
just extremely intimidating sound. Something I'd never heard come from my phone. And I thought, you know, thinking about it now, the government or powers that be probably use those Amber Alerts to test audio manipulation for mind control because I never heard anything so scary in my life come from my phone until I heard that Amber Alert. And that was
When
not
I
a
saw
natural
it,
sound.
I freaked out. I went to take a shower like I was right about ready to leave because
Yeah.
I'm right in the fallout zone of two nuclear plants. So I'm like, fuck, you know.
Yeah.
Rushing in the shower, get ready, like, cause I was working that morning, but I'm like, fuck, what the fuck am I gonna just like, I don't know where I was gonna, what I was gonna do, head for the hills.
Yeah. I mean, they're cracking down here in Dallas already. I mean, it's law now, county law, that if you go outside, you have to wear a mask on your face. And if you're caught not wearing a mask, they give you a ticket punishable by up to $1,000.
Yeah, and you
They're,
people in Texas are like, "Oh, don't mess with Texas." Fucking, that's the biggest police state, Texas. It's such a
yeah.
fucking joke. It's such a militarized police state. It's not funny.
Hmm.
That's why
Speaking
you
of it,
don't mess with Texas, Steve, because it's a military police state.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is, though. I mean, it's like, I can't imagine why Alex Jones would want to be headquartered in Austin, Texas. It's a fucking police state, not Austin, Texas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
speaking of Texas, did any of you catch Hell by the Dashboard Light had a stream that said, "There's a saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas." I missed it. He had this live stream 18 hours ago. It says on my notification. Any of you catch it?
No, I don't catch most of
Oh,
Dashboard streams these days because he just goes off the rails talking about a bunch of random shit that I don't
Yeah,
find
he can't
interesting.
coherently string a sentence together anymore. It's like he's talking about piss jugs and yeah, you got beer. Like he'll do these weird, like he's got like Tourette syndrome or something. It's like he can't string a sentence. And he used to have very clear dialogue. Now he's just off the deep end. He's not
Piss
even worth.
Drugs
I don't.
is like it's a veiled humor, kind of talking about like the fate of men, I guess.
His
And
best videos were when he was driving around.
Yeah.
right. Well, I think he thought maybe he was scouting out a new area to move to or something. And remember, he'd have those videos where it was just him driving for playing music in the background. He'd be like one of them he called them Michigan, the other one is Nebraska, and all this.
Yeah, he'd be playing like he would be playing he would be playing Ozzy Osbourne like Black Sabbath. He acts
Yeah.
like he knows Ozzy Osbourne back in 1972 or something. Like he would always act like he's like built a time machine and lived with them or something.
Maybe he is a time traveler.
Maybe he is,
We
yeah.
don't know. Yeah, because he was talking about like life in the he's talking about life in the 70s, like waking up and after you've just had sex with your girlfriend and smoking a doobie while listening to Carole King.
Or
Like,
James Taylor.
yeah.
Like, yeah, he acts like he lived in that time.
Oh my god. Wow.
I think he's been doing too many drugs, is what I think. Drugs give you a sense of false identity.
Well, I mean, you can be spiritual without drugs, I think. I try to be. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I'm just saying I'm uncomfortable with the idea that my mind would be altered by chemicals. I don't know about you, but
I don't need drugs. I used to like drinking beer a lot, but I don't drink much really anymore.
well, you mentioned that beer would give you a nice buzz.
Yeah.
Well, I think just before they take us out, it'd be probably a good thing to be buzzed out of your mind.
Right. I don't know.
People, I don't understand the hatred that these elites have toward the masses. They hate us.
Yeah, I have to agree with Moneygraph when he said, "Why can't rich people leave us alone?" But there's
They
some,
won't. They'll never. No,
yeah,
they're not going to leave us alone.
there's something David Icke said that just had me crack up, Steve.
Yeah.
David Icke says he would call the elite evil, but they would probably sue him for defamation of character.
Interesting.
I gotta think that I would hate to be one of these elites. Could you imagine having access to all of that money, all of that power, all of that status, and still it not being enough? You're still craving more and more and more, and you're never fulfilled. God, what a terrible fucking life that is.
Yeah.
Well, I would love enough money so much that I wouldn't have to be a slave and work anymore. Like that for me
Right.
would be like I'm not I would like to think that I'm not materialistic. I don't know, maybe I am. Maybe I don't know, maybe I can be paid for. Maybe I can be bought. I don't know.
I mean,
I mean, we'd like to think we're not, but
I just think it's part of human nature, unfortunately, that
right.
if you have it too good for too long, you get used to it and it loses its value. And you can have jet cars and yachts and a big, multiple mansions, 12-car garage filled with luxury cars, all the women in the world, and it'll never satisfy you. It always gets to a point where it's just not enough and you're feeling empty. That's why you see a lot of these rich doctors, lawyers, you hear about celebrity figures and athletes who commit suicide because, their life's just gone off the deep end and they find that they've got all this money and all this fame, but it's just not enough. It doesn't fulfill them.
Power and
Interesting.
greed don't have no end,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But that's the fact. Power and greed has no end. There's never enough. Never. Yes, my pain in the butt.
I guess, that's one of the biggest contemplations about life that I have is that, maybe, finding fulfillment and satisfaction is not as easy as people make it seem to be, because if it was so simple to achieve by whatever means, you'd think you'd be seeing a lot more people who have it. And you simply don't. Most people you look around are living lives of quiet desperation. I mean, most men are living lives of quiet desperation.
That's true. Well, guys, I don't like to, but I got to cut out of here because I do got to be up and get my meds in me. So I'm going to cut out of here for another week. And thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Drunk Hulk. I really appreciate it.
Thank
And
you.
then, of course,
It's good
thanks to
talking to
Steve.
you.
And yes,
Yeah.
it definitely was. Keep track of me, Hayden. I'm going to check out these songs tomorrow. And
All right, I'm gonna go listen to the song right now. I mean, it's dark. I mean, it's a dark song and it's dark out right now. So if it's the mood, I'll listen carefully to the lyrics line by line and take some notes down, and I'll get back in touch with you. You too,
okay.
Drunk Hulk.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. We're having
Yeah.
some good discussion about that next stream. Okay, guys.
Okay, guys. We'll talk later.
right.
Bye bye.
Take care. Good night.